Good morning. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. It's very quiet, isn't it? It's very quiet starting screen. Yeah, so we're back. We're back with Jedi Fallen Order for the second stream. And, well, last time we did quite a bit. I thought that the intro was really, really well made. We were on, what was its name? Baka, I think? Bracca? No, Bracca, right? Not Bacca, Bracca with an R. Um, which essentially is a scrapyard planet, apparently, that the Empire is using to get rid of ships that were used by the Republic. And, well, also repurpose parts that they might still need for their own ships and military and everything. And it was a very intriguing start. We met our hero and his best pal, and what happened is that there was an accident, basically, and we tried to save our friend by using force powers, which ultimately brought somebody called, or not somebody, but multiple people called the Sisters to the planet, which are apparently trained in force powers as well. At least they use lightsabers, and they seem to be Sith. And are on a hunt to kill the remaining Jedi after Order 66 had been put into place by the Emperor. We managed to escape Bracca, though, via the help of a former Jedi and her pilot friend. And we escaped to another planet where we found the remains of an ancient civilization that was apparently also using force powers, but so far had not been really, I guess, researched by the Jedi Council before its downfall. Because the Jedi Council apparently was more occupied with the history of the Jedi themselves and not other civilizations that potentially also used the Force, which brought about some conflict with the former master of our new former Jedi friend, who apparently researched that ancient civilization. And, well, apparently they were sort of in opposition to the Jedi Council, who apparently, well, probably didn't really have, I guess, the highest regards for other civilizations that use the Force, but in different ways than the Jedi, right? Why that is, I don't know if we're going to find out more about that, but because of that, it hadn't really been a big sort of place of study, right? It was just apparently this one former Jedi Master, or before his death, obviously, that researched the civilization, and he planted a robot on the planet. And since we are a Jedi, or at least a former Padawan, at least somebody who's, connected to the Force, we were able to utilize the remaining sort of force powers on that planet to reconstruct certain things about that civilization, and follow in the path of this Jedi Master that was researching them. Ultimately, that brought us to another planet as well, a planet where apparently the Empire had also begun either researching, but at least sort of extracting artifacts from what seemed to be somewhat of a religious site of that same civilization. But they themselves weren't able, because, well, they just sent normal soldiers, normal troops there. They weren't able to extract anything sort of really meaningful from it, other than, artifacts that they found on the surface. But we were actually able to go through and go all the way into their ancient, well, sort of temple. And what we found there is one of three sages, or at least their sarcophagus. And through that, also learned to connect back to a force power that had been sort of repressed by everything that had happened since the Empire took over. So yeah, after the pretty, fast-paced and really cool start of the game, it sort of slowed down a little bit, was a lot about research. I thought that, I talked about this last time, the gameplay's pretty good. The game clearly draws a lot of inspiration from a lot of different sources, and it does so fairly well. The exploration part of the levels has some weird quirks to it that I'm still not quite sure about, and we're going to see how this actually continues. We finished that planet, and now we're ready to go to the next one. We are going to go to the world of the Wookiees, because apparently the general, what's his name, Tarpin? Something like that. I think he's also in episode 3, I'm pretty sure. It's one of the Wookiees that's talking to Yoda, maybe. But apparently he also has some knowledge about this potentially, and had or was a friend of that Jedi Master that we're following. So I guess let's jump into that and see what awaits us on the home planet of the Wookiees. Let's see, if I load journey, yeah, okay. It's, wait, what? Zepho Duralectanga. Why does it say 25%? That can't be for the entire game, right? That didn't feel like 25% of the story. Maybe it's the current planet that I'm on, or maybe I just researched everything pretty well. I don't know what that's... Because it feels like the planets are meant to basically be... Oh, hello. The planets are meant to be visited multiple times. Why are you outside of the ship?
There's a long journey ahead of us.
Cool.
These ancient tombs didn't survive all this time because they were easy to find.
It's a challenge I'm willing to take.
I can see that. I'm glad you believe in what we're trying to accomplish.
You sure?
I always have. Ever since I was a youngling, I trusted in the Force. Those names on the list, they're a test. And I believe I will succeed.
I like your confidence. A journey like this one can challenge you in ways you've never been before.
I understand. I think I'm ready.
We've got your back, Cal.
Huh. Well, this is weird. The last time that I saved, I think she was inside of the ship. I'm not entirely sure why she's suddenly outside of the ship. Also, something that is still, like, weird to me is that we... Wait, also, now the ship's repaired? Wasn't it broken last time that I saved? See, this is what I mean with quirks, right? The game clearly has some problems with continuity, where they just, I guess, didn't think about a couple of things. Especially since there's still, like, TIE fighters flying above us. Like, why don't they recognize our ship and recognize that we're not supposed to be here? I mean, we're literally just behind this mountain. There's, I mean, at least, like, an entire battalion of Imperial soldiers that are excavating this relic site, right? So, I don't know. There's just... The game's really good, but it has some continuity problems in how it's set up, and her animations, for example, were also, like, cut short in a weird way, right? And I don't really know why they didn't, like, do more about that.
The world of the Zepho. Cordova must have spent a lot of time here.
Cordova spent his life studying the history of the galaxy in many different places. Dragged me along on a few expeditions. It was educational.
You really believed in the past?
He believed in the future. But you can't have a future without the past.
It depends. It depends. I mean, you should learn from the past, but, you know, sometimes that means basically disregarding it. It really depends, right? So Cordova is this ancient, well, not ancient, this Jedi Master that is following the ancient, or was following the ancient civilization. The former Jedi Master of Surrey here, who is a former Jedi and, well, basically renounced the Force.
There's a lot to learn.
Or shut herself off from it. So I think the game, even though last time we finished here, since I saved here, I think the game sort of assumes that we've just landed here again, which is just kind of weird. It's not a big deal, obviously.
You and me, we're unstoppable together. Don't you think, kid, huh? The man is in Greaves, every time perfect landing.
You could say that.
Ever piloted a ship before?
No, mostly just scrapper transports in Graka.
Oh, kid, you gotta get in the cockpit sometime. Feel the controls in your hands and the galaxy in your grasp. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Sounds good. Let me know when.
Huh? No, not mine. Not the Mantis, no way. I'm just saying you should try it sometime. But with someone else's ship.
Sure, buddy. I kind of like him. So far, he hasn't really played a big part. He's mostly just there for comedic relief, which is a little bit unfortunate, but maybe he'll get some more character development later on. I don't know.
Remember that scout walker you took down?
The ATST?
Yeah. You got up close and personal, right?
I mean, it's literally here.
Getting at, Grease?
How's about you liberate one of those things from the Empire, and I take it for a spin?
It's still lying there.
You gonna help me out next time we're in a fight?
What? No. No way. It's always fighting with you. Forget I said anything.
See, this is what I mean. The thing is just lying over there, and he's talking about it as if, you know, that's something that happened, I don't know, ages ago. Or maybe not ages, but certainly a couple days ago.
Storm worrying you?
Nah. There's a lot of things that bother me. The Empire, deadly creatures, poorly cooked burrowfish. But when I'm in my ship, it's all breezy greasy.
Good to know. We've got a lot more flying ahead of us.
Right. No need to keep reminding me, though.
His animations are way better done, by the way, than Ceres over there.
This is the greatest machine ever built. Oh, sorry.
Okay, well then, let's go on. And I mean, it was interesting getting a little bit more dialogue here before we continue our journey. But yeah, let's move on.
Where to?
And yeah, there are still sort of chests and secrets that you can get. I don't know, they don't seem to be overly important. I might want to do that. As I said, it feels like you're meant to come back to these planets multiple times. So I guess I'll see whether or not the story actually does that. But yeah, that'll give us an opportunity to get more of the secrets, basically. And some of the secrets do seem to be locked behind certain force powers. So yeah, that's why I wasn't really bothered up until this point to really clear anything. Because, well, I couldn't, since I was lacking the proper powers. All right, let's go to Kashyyyk and visit the Wookiees.
Grease, have you ever thought of redecorating?
The Mantis? Why would I?
Wouldn't hurt to throw some art on the walls.
This is really cool, though, right?
Since when do you care about art?
I've always liked it. When I was younger, I used to pour through every piece I could find at the Jedi archives.
Did you critique them too?
I admired them. When I became a Seeker, I got to see a few in person. So many different cultures in the galaxy, and each one had their own unique works of art. It was breathtaking.
I mean, this game is so well done in certain ways, right?
Hyperspace. Sit down.
Like, this whole sort of takeoff process and landing process and everything, that is so well done. But then again, you know, on that planet, there was like a big sequence because there's this big storm, and it was actually part of the story, right? There was sort of a like the hint that we were following is go to the Eye of the Storm, right? I mean, I guess you could make the assumption that now our pilot here over there knows how to land and start from the planet, since now he actually found out where we landed. Again, the continuity is lacking a little bit. The overall animation and everything, and the basic idea behind it is absolutely phenomenal. Don't get me wrong. It's just that, yeah, I wish they, if the problem is always like if you pay so much attention to all of these details and put in, they didn't have to do this, right? They could have literally put in like a loading screen, or they could have also, like, I don't know, turned the camera, maybe introduced a cutscene where your character sits down on the sofa over here, right? And didn't show the outside of the ship at all. Yet they actually included a starting sequence, right? And taking off and going to hyperspace and everything. They didn't have to do that. So that's absolutely incredible. But it's just kind of strange. If you put in those details, right, then you kind of have to go all the way, right? Because the more details you put in, the more it'll sort of, break your immersion, or, the more you're aware of little things that are just not right, right? You have to really look at it and make sure that there aren't any sort of things there that where your finely crafted details suddenly fall apart, right? And it feels like they, for whatever reason, weren't really quite able to do that here. I expect there were probably some time constraints where they just had to release the game at a certain time, unfortunately, again, right? And again, it's really, really good. Don't get me wrong, the game is definitely by far on a higher quality standard than most other, like, their Ubisoft bullshit and stuff like that, right? But still, those things kind of do add up over time, right? Which is a little bit of a problem. But anyways, let's go to Kashyyyk and see what we have there. And stuff like that. That was kind of, oh, hello.
Oh, tell me we're not running that blockade.
Oh, only as a last resort. I've rigged the Mantis' transponder to transmit Imperial signals. Hey, Grease.
Yeah.
Keep your power signature low and act like we belong.
Just like Braca. No sweat.
Well, at least that explains why they're not really suspicious of the ship.
I don't need another set of hands. Just please keep your eye on the scanner.
All right.
Please.
All right.
All right.
See, it's funny because he has two sets of hands.
I don't see anything.
You're preoccupied with something on the ground. We're clear.
Probably the Wookiees. Guess they're not too thrilled about the Empire being here, I would think. We aren't very inconspicuous though, right? I mean, I don't know. Man, this looks beautiful though.
That doesn't look good.
The Empire is devouring Kashyyyk for its natural resources. Wookiees have been enslaved.
I was gonna say, looks like they're harvesting something here. Those, ooh, hello. Man, the environments in this game are fucking beautiful though.
Oh, that was a close one, kid. Aren't you supposed to be watching the monitors?
Guerrilla fighters, Wookiees and off-worlders ambushing an Imperial convoy.
Walkers approaching their position.
Tarful could be with them.
Alpha could be anywhere, like deep in the ground, like we're gonna be if we get caught up in that battle down there.
We don't have any other options, and they'll die without our help.
So what's your plan?
Sabotage. We used to scrap walkers on Braca. I'll just jack one.
Get a load of the kid. He thinks we're back in the Clone Wars.
Captain, get us near those walkers.
Wait, what?
Listen, those walkers double as troop transport, so once you get inside, be careful.
Time for no freeze grease to work his magic.
Hey, do me a favor. Stay alive down there.
I'll add it to the plan.
Right, if you're jumping, you better do it now, kid.
You ready for a swim, BD?
Are we being too high? I guess we weren't. Because it looked like, I don't know, a couple 100 meters, but apparently it was just like 80. It's still quite the fall. I mean, I guess we do have force powers. Okay, so what's our plan here? We're just gonna hijack an 80-80? Oh, this is so cool!
You ready to do this?
Holy shit, some of the setup of this game is absolutely incredible. Holy fuck. Oh, sorry. I mean, this is... Like, these setups are what I liked about Episode 7, by the way, because it felt like we were visiting, like, new worlds. I mean, I know this was part of Episode 3, whatever, but it's just such a cool setup. It's the same like with Rogue One, right? What felt really, really good about that movie as well were those little details like this when suddenly you're, I don't know, doing like a sabotage mission and whatnot, right? How is this thing still walking? Literally had a TIE fighter crash into it.
Wonder how we get inside.
Can we just climb?
I'll try the leg.
Aw, this is awesome. Wait, is this actually, like, camouflage, or is it just because they've been here for so long that the things start growing over them? Because this doesn't really look beneficial to a machine, right? I mean...
Okay, now where?
The game definitely also has some problems with the camera, unfortunately, where it's just shaking a little bit too uncontrolled. Like, I don't necessarily mind camera shaking, usually if it's done well. Problem here is that, yeah, it's kind of, it does have a couple of problems.
Let's finish this. Guess we keep going.
I am wondering why nobody else sees us. I mean, I guess they're preoccupied with something else. So I guess the Wookiees have tried fighting the Empire the entire time? Oh, hello. Oh, thank you. That was weird. Yeah, see, these kinds of things with the camera and the camera, can you actually, wait, I do have to go back in here, motion blur, I can turn the camera shake off. Well, that doesn't do anything, cool. Yeah, nice. Nice! That's good, including a camera shake option that doesn't actually stop the camera from shaking. See, this is what I mean though. It's not the camera, like it's not post-processing camera shake, which is I guess what the option probably turns off, right? This is camera shake that is because the camera has problems sort of detecting its position within the environment. It's just badly done, basically. And that's a bit unfortunate. This game deserves much better in terms of like quality assurance than what it got apparently, right? Because this sequence could have been absolutely amazing if the camera knew what it was doing and sort of a couple of loading stuff and everything was hidden better. Though, then again, I did speculate about one thing the last time, or the first stream, which is that maybe they also introduced some bugs when they ported the game to PS5. I don't know if these things were in, like, the PS4 version of the game. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Okay, where the hell are we supposed to go? I do like all this tech, right? Like, all the little details, this thing moving here. I wish we could look at it without, you know... Oh, hello. They also have some speeders here inside, apparently. It's absolutely incredible.
No pulse. Your turn to report fatalities. This is L97240 reporting in. We've got confirmed casualties.
Whoa, there's a couple of guys there that are apparently that have been killed. I guess they were hit by, or when that TIE fighter hit. Wait, am I supposed to fight these guys?
Did you see movement? It's the Jedi! Moving to engage! All right. Move up! That's another ally down! We got this! Just stand there, dude! Come on, come at me!
Okay. Wasn't as clean as I would have liked it to be, but I had to remind myself how the controls actually work. So I guess this was the TIE fighter crushing into this thing? How did these three guys die then, though? What happened? That doesn't look good. Holy fuck.
Reading a new ship on scanners. They brought more firepower than we thought. How's our hull looking? Badly damaged. We're at 70% integrity and falling.
I guess
Should
it...
still be enough to stop out these insurgents. Keep us steady.
Didn't they realize that I just killed everybody behind them? I guess the cockpit must have been sealed real tight, or I don't really...
Got one. Bet they didn't see that coming. And my family came here on vacation once. Before the Empire? Yeah. Weird to be back like this.
It's a little bit weird, but I want to see. I want to hear their dialogue.
It actually worked. Okay, throttle.
Report. What's happening over there? You're in violation of Imperial Protocol
Shut that guy up.
207. Stand down or we won't...
So...
Let's do this.
Hi.
That's a lot of lasers. Whoops.
Ah, this is awesome though! Bye bye. Well, that's one of them down. I guess we have to move this way? Wait, aren't those the Wookiees? Oh, rebels! Wait, there are rebels here, apparently. Hello.
Hey! Who are you?
I know you!
Someone who just brought an AT-AT to the table. Who are you?
Someone making the Empire angry. We're advancing on an imp landing pad up ahead. I wouldn't mind fire support.
Copy that. Let's make them even angrier.
That was Saw Gerrera from Rogue One! Hello! The targeting radical is a bit weird. I feel like there's some, like, auto-aim to it. Ooh. Oh, that's the bridge gone.
Took out the bridge. Let's clear them out.
Now suddenly it's auto-moving forward. I wish you had a little bit more control over this. What's going on? Take those out while we're at it. How many more are gonna come? Holy shit. That's a lot of stormtroopers. I mean, I guess this is a military base, huh? Is that all of them? Wait, please don't tell me they're infinitely spawning, because that would be really, really bad. Oh, that actually works better. I think they actually spawn infinitely, which is, yeah, please don't do that, developers. Is it not gonna go down? Holy shit! Are you kidding me? Finally! I was gonna say!
It's headed for us. Can you do anything? Hold on!
Oh. Well, that probably wasn't the best idea.
Brace yourself, BD!
Unfortunate. I guess that's the AT-AT gone. Holy fuck, we really did a number on this place, huh?
Okay. You alright? No, you're not doing that again.
You just wrecked a perfectly good walker.
And sorry about that.
Got a name?
Cal Kestis?
Saw Gerrera. What are you doing on Kashyyyk?
Looking for somebody. What are you doing here?
My companions and I came to Kashyyyk to disrupt Imperial supply lines.
Hey!
So, who are you looking for?
A Wookiee chieftain named Tarful.
Tarful is impossible to find. There's a reason he's evaded the Empire for this long.
He's a freedom fighter?
He's the freedom fighter. A symbol of the Wookiee resistance. Striking at the Empire from the Shadowlands.
Seer? Grease? This is Saw.
How you doing?
What do you want with Tarful?
Jedi business.
Jedi are dead.
Not all of them.
You get that off a corpse?
The Master gave it to me.
This pad supports an Imperial refinery that runs on Wookiee slave labor. Intel suggests that some of the captives there are guerrilla fighters.
I should help them. One of them might know how to contact Tarful.
It's possible.
Whoa, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. The Mantis works wonders. I mean, it's a great ship, excellent pilot, but it is not built for close support.
We'll stay here and monitor Imperial transmissions. With a bit of luck, we'll intercept any distress calls.
Appreciate it. My lieutenants and I will scout ahead to prepare the attack. Join us when you're ready. Go! Go!
All right, let's go into the databank entries. The writing, I would say, has a couple of issues here and there. I mean, it's not bad by any means, right? I've seen way, way worse in like big Hollywood movies, unfortunately. But I just, I don't know. They have this. I think they're sort of trying to imitate this sort of quick writing that is, you know, very prominent in movies these days, but they're not quite nailing it. And it feels kind of awkward because I think they actually thought way, way more about their dialogue than the movies often do, right? So it's actually not bad, but it kind of falls a little bit short. I wish that sequence would have been, like, pacing-wise, a little bit slowed down, a little bit more detailed. I don't know. I feel like, especially, like, these people just met for the very first time, and yet their conversation sounded as if they were, you know, already acquainted previously. I get that obviously Saw Gerrera in this instance is, you know, like they're trying to coordinate an attack and everything, but again, like either you focus on what you're currently working on and just quickly dismiss whatever new person you've seen and talk to them later, or if you decide to talk to them right away, then you should probably talk to them a little bit in more depth, right? In more detail. Actually relay the plans that you have for whatever you're currently trying to do, right? Also, that whole Jedi thing was a bit weird. Like, is showing a lightsaber now an indication of you being a Jedi? I don't really... Yeah, I don't know. Again, just a small critique. It's not bad by any means, right? It's still far, far better than most games and movies, for that matter. Well, Hollywood blockbuster movies, right? I mean, they're obviously actual good movies are way better written, obviously, but yeah. It's just the entire game. Also, that sequence with the 8080, it was absolutely, like, visually, it was absolutely stunning. There was a lot to like there. It felt really, really good, like using the 8080, right? Using its cannons and everything. But at the same time, I feel like they actually had unlimited spawns for those Imperial soldiers, because apparently I wasn't, quote unquote, doing what the game expected me to do, and it wasn't really prepared for that, and it just kept spawning like infinite soldiers. Again, not a big deal, but also just kind of weird. And I thought one thing that we had long dismissed in games, right? I mean, one of the cardinal sins of video games is infinitely spawning enemies. Never, ever do that, right? Even as like an error state or something to fall back on if something didn't work as you'd expect it to, right? Or the player did something that you didn't expect. Never, ever do that. Never, ever have infinitely spawning soldiers or enemies, whatnot, in your game. So that's the only thing that sort of brought that down a little bit. But the sequence in general was pretty good. I actually wish it lasted a bit longer. Like, the entire thing was over pretty quick, but alright, I guess. Chapter 3, A Fateful Meeting. While descending into Kashyyyk's atmosphere, the Mantis crew became embroiled in a skirmish between Imperial forces and freedom fighters. Believing Wookiee chieftain Tarful could be among them, Cal jumped ship and hijacked an 8080, piloting it right into the infamous insurgent Saw Gerrera. Saw and his fighters were in the middle of a campaign to liberate a nearby Roshia sap refinery. Also, that's what they're harvesting here, some sort of tree sap. Okay. With the possibility that Tarful could be one of the Wookiees detained there, Cal and BD-1 agreed to help him. Okay, fair enough. One thing that I also found a bit weird, I don't know if they, like, the what's his name? Isn't he called, what is he called? I forgot the name of the actor who plays Saw Gerrera in Rogue One. Shit. Yeah, I forgot his name. Because I don't know, it's been a while since I've seen Rogue One, but it felt like it might be the same actor in this case, but it felt like he wasn't, I don't know, Saw Gerrera felt different. I mean, obviously this is before Rogue One, right? So, it's fine if it's not exactly the same, but it definitely felt a little bit, I don't know, just different to how I remember him from Rogue One. Saw Gerrera, infamous Onderonian insurgent. Saw Gerrera leads a group of opposition fighters against the Empire on the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk. Harboring dark vengeance over the death of his sister during the Clone Wars, he lives by a blurred moral line, considering collateral damage to be a necessary evil. He comes to respect Cal as a strong potential ally and useful tool in his endless war. Does he? Okay, so isn't that kind of the spoiler? What? He comes to respect Cal. We just met the guy. See, man, this game is so good, yet has so many weird details to it that seem like they kind of had to rush it in a lot of ways. And that's really, really unfortunate, I feel like, honestly.
Glad you're all right.
Yeah, good to see you too. This place is a dump.
Your plan worked. And now you want to follow Saul?
Saul's plan?
What do you think is Saul's plan?
He's fighting a losing battle. I doubt freedom for the Wookiees is his only goal.
He seems trustworthy.
He might prove to be. But there's more going on here than we know.
And don't forget the Empire fights dirty. Watch your tail in that refinery, kid.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
When you want to go, let me know. I'll be right here.
Have either of you heard the Parsons?
Rumors and cantinas, but not much to go on.
They call them radicals. Yeah, I heard the Empire's got bounties on their heads.
Bounties?
Should I be worried about the bounties?
Huh. I doubt it. War zones are bad for business.
If the rumors are even true.
I mean, obviously somebody like Saw Gerrera would have a bounty on their head if the Empire wants them dead.
Do you think the Inquisitors will find us here?
It's possible.
You better hope not. We barely made it here.
Well, we couldn't leave the Parsons and Wookiees to die.
Cal, your instincts are good, but that's not within your control. We can do our part. That's it.
I mean, if we're in a literal war zone between Wookiees and the Empire, it is highly likely that a Sith Inquisitor would come here, right?
Be careful.
Oh well. Holy fuck. We really did a number on this place. Holy shit. Don't the Wookiees look a bit thin?
Heard Saw's hoping to find some news of Tarful at the refinery. A report came in this morning that he's been seen in the Shadowlands. One Imperial transmission pinned him near a Wookiee village, as if there aren't hundreds of those in the area. Stormtroopers.
I don't know. Don't the Wookiees look a bit thin to you? Just a tiny bit. I don't know. Something about their sort of body structure seems a bit off. Okay, so I guess I'm meant to go this way? I do like how they're still using the Clone Wars ships, right? That's pretty awesome.
Could be supplies inside this walker.
What?
You okay? I'm fine. Phew. I'm fine. Maybe a little bruised, but it's not so bad.
Don't scare me like that. I need you around.
Let's keep looking. There must be something useful in this heap.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't go that close to a burning wreckage. That's not very intelligent. I've always liked these ships, by the way, from episode 2. Like, I thought their design was pretty awesome, especially with the they aren't actually really doors, right? But they have these sliding door type things that can close up. I don't know. I always felt like they had a pretty cool design, and it also looks awesome when they fight. What is this robot still doing here? Guess they took it over from the Empire. Wait, how do you know? Wait, how do you know about Zepho? The fuck? Hey, you can scan it. The robot's gonk droid. Robot's going, hey, what the fuck are you doing with me? Imperial tech. So they are actually Imperial robots. I mean, I guess it makes sense from their looks, but EG-6 power droids, also known as gonk droids, serve as portable power generators in mobile operations or in situations lacking a stable power source. They're utilized by civilians and military alike, often emitting a low honking noise that sounds like the word gonk. Oh, huh. Well, that's a cool description of how they got their name. Also, it makes a lot of sense. They're basically a walking battery, if you want. Which is also cool because in the beginning section on Braca, we've seen them being used as stationary light sources, basically. Like, some of them just have a light on their head and we're illuminating the environment, which obviously they probably can do for a very, very long time before they need to recharge. That is pretty awesome. And pretty useful as well. Don't know why this guy's walking around, though. Yeah, I don't know, something about their bodies just seems slightly off. I don't know, they look way more human than in the movies. Like, these guys look more like humans that are wearing a suit, rather than Wookiees. I don't know.
If anything goes wrong with this plan, we're finished.
Mari's mapped out the nearest garrisons. The Empire won't have time to send reinforcements. We'll be okay.
If we can do it quick.
Saw's seen us through worse.
I've got nothing but respect for that man, but this isn't a forest skirmish. I hope we're ready.
And all of these guys just don't question the new... Like, that's what I always... I don't know, I wish they would sort of recognize that a little bit more, right? We're the new guy. Like, the only person that has actually talked to us is Saw Gerrera. I mean, yeah, since Saw Gerrera is definitely the leader, it makes sense that, you know, they would be somewhat welcoming of us. But I think these guys would still be way, way more, like, when you really think about it, right? They should be way more, sort of, what's the word? Reserved. They should be way more reserved in our, like, while they see us walking around, right? Okay.
Okay, I'll look.
Weapon cache. These specialized Imperial flamethrowers have been modified to more effectively incinerate Kashyyyk's wildlife. Oh. So they're using... makes sense, right? That they would use flamethrowers on a planet like this. The environments are absolutely stunning. I can't get enough of them. That's what I always liked about Star Wars, and honestly what most people probably also liked about the original trilogy is just the way it looks, right? It's also, I don't know, it's rundown, yet at the same time, like, modern technology, but it also looks so used, and I don't know, it has this absolutely incredible atmosphere to it. That was definitely somewhat missing from the prequels as well, unfortunately. And they weren't really able, like, once again, right, it sort of shows what Disney / J.J. Abrams / I don't know who decided to make the new trilogy just didn't understand about Star Wars, or in general what the problem is, right? Because I think a lot of people don't know this, but the prequel trilogy actually uses a whole fuck ton of practical effects and sets, right? Sure, they're all enhanced by CG, but most of them were actually practical sets or miniatures. So they still did basically what they did with the original trilogy. It's just that they went for a completely different look, right? The look was just completely different. And I think that's why a lot of people have problems with it. But the people didn't, like, I feel like most people didn't really know what the actual problem was, because for some reason, even though they did use miniatures and stuff, they made the miniatures already look like CG, or at least it all had this weird sort of CG look to it, right? That didn't really make that much sense. I don't know. It was just kind of weird. And I think it was in general just that the prequels just look very, very different to the original trilogy. And it just doesn't really make sense, unfortunately, right? And I think that's why a lot of people have problems with it. But on that note, right, when they did the new trilogy, especially when sort of like first, I guess, video diaries and stuff like that were released on YouTube about episode 7, they put a heavy, like a really, really heavy emphasis on the fact that apparently they, again, like used like giant models and miniatures and practical stuff, right? Which is all fine and good, but that doesn't do anything if you don't understand why the movies should be doing that, right? I mean, there is a place for practical effects, there is a place for CG, and you need to understand why you're doing it, right? You shouldn't use practical effects just as marketing for your movie, which is what it felt like, right? It felt like they were saying, oh, look, we're using practical effects, and so you're going to like our movie. Well, no, right? The reason why it worked so well in the original trilogy is because it made the whole world feel lived in, right? It made it feel way more real. And that is something that doesn't quite work if you put in other things that counteract that, right? And unfortunately, yeah, it felt like the new trilogy especially just didn't understand that, right? At least the prequels sort of went for their own look and were sort of unapologetic about it. Like, the prequels just said, okay, so we're going to do our own thing. We're going to be our own thing, and we are in like a different timeline. Or not different timeline, but like a different era, if you will, in Star Wars, right? Which sadly doesn't really work if the prequels play 20 years before the original trilogy, right? If it had been like 200 years, then I think the difference in art style would have worked quite well. But they didn't establish that enough, right? And they didn't establish enough why seemingly the technology in the prequels is so much more advanced compared to the original trilogy, right? So, yeah. But again, the prequels, at least they sort of went with their look, whereas I feel like the new trilogy just sort of took what they felt like looked the best, what was maybe marketable the best, right? Where that would shine the most in their marketing promos and trailers and whatnot, then actually thinking about why these things might be used, right? Or why they might have come up again. Wait, can I just walk through this? No. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Oh, I actually didn't think this would open up again. So maybe we're supposed to go this way? Oh. Okay, well, never mind. This was easier than expected. Wait, are those, like... They look like small apes. Yeah, stuff like...
Be at the other end of this trench.
Stuff like this is always awesome, in my opinion. Like, because now you're here... Well, first of all, we see that they forcefully cut this trench through the environment, right? So the Empire definitely didn't care about nature in this case. But it also looks absolutely awesome, because it looks like this sort of rail pipeline type thing, right? Where they... Like, it just looks like something they would build here in order to harvest resources. It's a really, really cool sort of detail of the environment. Guess I could go that way? Are these things gonna fight us? Hello, little buddy. They look very much like normal apes, right? Just with a slightly different head, maybe? No, I guess I'm not meant to go that way. I thought that was maybe we could cut through there with our lightsaber, but I don't think that's what we're supposed to do. So I guess, judging by the flamethrowers, the Empire is also not a big fan of these guys, and they're just probably killing them off all the time.
I'll check it out. No way across. Maybe something around here can help.
Wait, that's a pretty big environment already again. Or maybe we are supposed to go through... Wait. Wait, there's the location marked? What? The workbench? The hell did it say about a location being marked? There's nothing marked here. I mean, other than that, we can go through here. I guess we somehow have to activate whatever this thing is. I guess they use this to cut the trees or something? So can I go through here? Oh yeah, I can. Aren't you, little guy, afraid of my lightsaber? I would have moved if I were you.
Look, a workbench.
Woohoo! Okay. Huh. This is also kind of interesting, right? This almost looks like they originally meant to build the pipeline here, but then decided on that other path, or maybe they're trying to build a second one here, or maybe this is just supposed to be some sort of storage room. Also, what the fuck is that white stuff? I guess that's the sap that they're harvesting here? Maybe? So can I go over there? Well, first of all, can we unlock this shortcut, or is that not a thing? No, this is still blocked. Oh, hello. Wait, how do I heal again?
Quick, help!
Whoa. I would have thought that actually hurt it a bit more. Yeah. I still find it absolutely weird that you can't use your strong attack while out of force power. So I guess it's not the tree set, but instead some sort of spider-like substance. The Wii Shock. With 3 Ys and 2 Ks. Okay. Attack from behind while creature is distracted by other prey. Oh, okay. Parry its lunge attack to quickly strike it down. Yeah, I forgot about the parry again. Fuck. Y-Shocks are highly intelligent, multi-legged predators. They are found to be extremely aggressive to most sentient life forms and known to cast an adhesive enzyme that incapacitates their prey in a web-like stasis, allowing them to strike with their sharp and venomous fangs. Wisely outsmarting any foe, they often lower quickly from forest canopies or burrow to the surface from underground cover. If possible, prey should avoid any web strike, but if caught, fight to escape before the Wii-Shock closes in. Their hostility may provide strategic opportunities for a surprise attack from behind. Although capable of quick maneuvering, they occasionally find themselves susceptible to strikes in the head of appendages. Okay. It's just a big spider, though. So I guess like the poor Imperial soldier was also killed by this thing. Well, now I definitely understand why they're using flamethrowers to get rid of the wildlife. Acquire upgrade?
How much current can you conduct? Well, with this transformer, I bet you can short-circuit Imperial tech.
Huh. Awesome. Overcharge. BD-1 can now turn machinery on and off. Well, that's cool. Also, I like the black hood of that R2 unit. When BD-1 is near overcharge panels to turn certain machines on and off. Okay, yeah. Cool. So now that gives me another way to access certain things.
Let's try it.
Hello.
That does the trick.
Wait, how exactly am I supposed to get over there then? I mean, this way we're getting back. We can't go the other way though, right? Wait, am I still missing something here? Can I hang on to it while it's moving? No. While it's moving, it's also...
Gotta jolt this thing.
Huh? The hell? Can I not hang on to it? Maybe I can? No. Wait, what? There's no other way to get over there though, right? Huh? The hell am I missing? What? Sometimes the game is just really, really weird in communicating environmental puzzles like this. Because it doesn't look like a particularly difficult puzzle, right? But is there even a logical way to solve this? Like, you can only move downwards, right? You can't move up. So there is no way to get over there unless... What the fuck? Are you meant to climb somewhere? No. The fuck? This is just strange. Or is it supposed to move all the way over here so that you can jump to it? No. Wait, what the hell are you supposed to do here? I mean, can I not reach that yet? Or what?
Gonna need help here.
This is just strange, to be honest. The hell? How are you meant to get over there? Because it also, since the game presents it to you this way, you definitely think that you're meant to solve this now, right? And not later. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a way to do this later. Is there like a, can I force my way over there? Can I manipulate this somehow? Am I missing something? Did I forget something else that I'm able to do? I don't, like, what? I mean, clearly this is set up in a way where you're meant to leave again. The fuck? Wait, I can't go back this way either though, right? So maybe there's going to be... Which is also weird, since it definitely looks like you should be able to grab onto that, right? I mean, he almost jumps as high as that ledge is. Yeah, I think, I don't know, something about this game in terms of how they're communicating visual, like, puzzles and details in the environment definitely doesn't work as well as it should. I very much like, though, that they're allowing you to basically, like, stop that at any time, right? That makes it actually feel like you're more in charge of these things. What the fuck is that? Okay, that looks somewhat dangerous. So they're flame beetles. They look kind of cute. Airborne pest with flammable posterior will spontaneously combust in close proximity or upon death. Okay, so now I think it's actually less intelligent that the military that the Empire is using flamethrowers. The pesky flame beetle is a flying insectoid known for its bioluminescent combustible posterior. These creatures synthesize chemicals derived from local flora into a highly flammable derivative. Extreme caution should be exercised when in close proximity. Okay, let's do that then.
Jedi, over here.
Oh, hello. Also, I still think that the L2 to grab onto things is just weird. Honestly, just make that automatic. There is no, because, like, the reason why you would want L2 to be a separate input is so that you as the player can decide when the best point would be to grapple onto stuff. But at least so far within the game, I've not seen a single occasion where grabbing onto something right away is the worst course of action, right? So if that's not a thing, if there's no reason for having the input and the decision-making on the player's front, then why have it in the first place, right? It just makes it awkward and, I don't know, makes it so that you constantly forget to actually press L2. What? Okay, that was weird.
Imperial sap refinery lies dead ahead.
What does the Empire want with tree sap?
Nothing good. They refine the sap into a powerful compound, and they're rushing to expand production.
We have to stop them.
That's the plan. We don't know their end game, but they spread themselves too thin. This map we've recovered proves it.
Here you go, bud.
These refineries double as brutal prison camps. We use those cutters to create a distraction, while you take your lightsaber and free the Wookiees inside. We need their help to stop the Empire.
Understood.
Watch yourself in there.
You hear that? Said he needs my help. Come on, buddy.
They spread themselves too thin. Okay. Oh, hello. There's a bunch of Imperial soldiers down there. I really, really like the look of these refineries. I mean, obviously they're completely destroying the environment, right? But again, the way they've been implemented with these, like, rail pipelines and everything, such an awesome look. Okay. And once again, we're just... What, can I go back? It's a weird placement for this Echo.
Saw I got him. He's more ruthless than I realized.
Wait. We've already killed hundreds of these guys. Saw's ambush. His trooper was ruthlessly killed by Saw Gerrera. Remind me not to get on his bad side. He just looks killed. I mean, what do you expect, man? They're fighting a fucking war. Obviously he's gonna get killed if he's an Imperial soldier and protecting this facility or something. It's a bit weird. Also, it's just... See, it's stuff like this that is just weird placement, right? The placement of this guy just completely destroys the pacing of the scene. Because the scene happens, right? And you basically want to move on immediately, but you saw that there's something over there that you were not able to get to beforehand. They should have placed him so that you can just sort of collect that echo while moving up here, and then the scene plays. Oh well. Boom. Interesting cave. Guess these beetles don't necessarily attack every time. Looks like they're collecting sap or something for themselves. The tree in the background is a pretty awesome look, though. Not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, maybe it's a bit too close to something like a tree of life, which is definitely kind of a trope. But, oh well. Still a pretty cool look here. Also, I really like the smoke structure. Like, it's not... I don't know... I wonder what kind of effect it is. It works very, very well, but it's not actually proper particle effects. I don't know. Like, if you look really, really closely, it looks a bit weird. Okay, let's just rest. And go into the skill tree. Well, I have 2 points, so maybe it would be a good idea to unlock something that does cost 2 points. Can perform another powerful attack after an overhead slash. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the overhead slash. As I said, it's just kind of... I wish you could use it regardless of whether or not you have force power left, right? I mean, it would be perfectly acceptable to have it be weaker without force power available, but... it not being available at all is just kind of weird, because you press triangle and nothing happens, right? And I think I said this last time as well, but the force meter at the bottom, yeah, the UI isn't great. Like, it doesn't properly communicate the sort of force level you're at any given point. What else do we have? An airborne attack that allows Cal to push away nearby enemies when he lands. I thought this was pretty good, but it also uses force, right? So, I feel like you're really, really quickly running out of force. Increase the distance that Cal can travel when using Dash Strike. That's also a pretty good attack. Regains more force when he defeats an enemy. Regains some force when he hits a blocking enemy. Yeah, maybe actually it's better to unlock this first before unlocking more force powers. Holding slow allows Cal to slow all targets around him. Maximum force is increased. Yeah, so maybe I should do those two first. What was this? Maximum life is increased. Don't really need that right now. I feel like Deflects blaster bolts while he's sprinting or wall running. Yeah, that seems pretty useless. Honestly, let's unlock these two things first. More force when defeating an enemy, and just in general increase the force power, and then I can go for the airborne attack next, maybe. Force regeneration increased. Also, I'm wondering if the skill tree will expand again at some point. I think it does, right? There's still a couple of blacked out sort of circles here. I just find it so strange because I feel like I've already unlocked most of it. Well, then I guess we're meant to go this way. Bonk. Also, I still wish...
The cutter's turned on. Are they running some kind of drill? Maybe. Think we should call it in? Well, that'd be a breach of protocol. If there's a disturbance, their squad should call it in. Yeah. Better do this by the book. Yep.
Wait, the fuck are they talking about? So, these rebels are literally cutting into the fucking facility, and they're not calling it in because the troop that's stationed, I guess, more closely, or that's, what's the word? That's supposed to look over that specific, region. Those are the ones that are calling it in. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny in a way, because obviously that was or is the downfall of the Empire in the end, that there's just sort of, I don't know, this big, weird organization that is held together more by force than anything else. Not the force, but force. Oh, well, that didn't work. Holy shit. Oh. He just wasn't dead immediately. I still can't open these, right? I am actually really curious to see how this is going to work in the end. Like, do you visit every location twice, or... Because honestly, it's going to be kind of weird to come back here. Oh. Hello.
Attention all units. We've lost contact with our troops stationed at Cargo Pad 119 Greg. Something isn't right. I'll check it out.
Could we have maybe,
Look alive!
How did you see me? I was standing behind the fuck...
Watch it!
You're alone now, Jedi.
Yeah, you were alone too, by the way. I really wish they would have put in more sort of sneaking options, especially since you're like, I know that I'm basically a Jedi. And he just doesn't care, I guess? Well, that's weird. Yeah, I do wish they would have done more, like, with sneaking or something, because, yes, technically, as a Jedi, I'm obviously, like, way stronger than these guys, but I don't know, I still feel like giving you more sort of defensive capabilities in terms of being able to just not really sneak past them, but doing sneak attacks or something would have been pretty cool. Didn't you say moving to investigate? You're just standing there. Also, how the fuck do you not see me? You're alone!
Come on and fight us!
Is he afraid of me? Oh. Hello. Guess he was trying to lure me in.
We've got this, right?
Bye-bye. What is he doing? What's wrong, buddy? Well, fuck. And now I can't even scan it because it... Yeah, there's definitely a bunch. There are way too many details like that that just don't... Like, what the fuck was that about? Oh, this looks awesome, though. Man, like, how can this be so cool? So you get, like, this weird droid that is, like, stuck on the environment, right? In a really bad way. And then you also aren't able to scan it because, its body falls into this thing, right? But then you look at this, like, entire facility and it just looks so awesome, right? I mean, you can clearly see, okay, so this is some sort of way for them to either treat or mix something into the tree sap, I guess.
Okay, I'll look.
Hey, I can still scan its remains somehow.
What's this?
Imperial astromech droid. A variety of astromech droids, also known as astrodroids, were utilized by the Galactic Empire to complement their vessels. Providing routine maintenance and mechanics, they served a variety of repair duties as well as advanced navigational operations, strategic logistics, and data computation. Okay, and since the Empire is evil, they were painted black, I guess. What happens if I rest here? I still wish you could just do a rest without having to meditate. And now they've all respawned. That is still... I don't know. See, once again, so these guys respawn. I feel like they respawn more because the game wanted to be like Dark Souls rather than understanding why Dark Souls did that in the first place, right? It just doesn't work here, like, at all. It doesn't make sense that these guys respawn. It just doesn't. That is so weird. They completely, like... what's the word? Completely destroys your immersion. Okay, so what exactly am I meant to do here? That looks like a shortcut, right? Wait, are you telling me I'm actually meant to go somewhere else? Seriously? The fuck? Unexplored. I was just supposed to go through the fucking door, are you kidding me? Well, I would have done so right away if the game wasn't so bad about telling me where the fuck I'm supposed to go. Are you kidding me? This is just a shortcut? Yeah. They are, unfortunately, really, really bad about communicating what their environment is supposed to do. Bye-bye.
Get up there. I think we're too much for him.
Yeah.
You and me now.
I can see how you're too much for me. Yeah, that's just weird. That is just, like, look at this. Like, it's even, It even has red lighting. And then you see the meditation spot over there, and the thing you can use the Force on. And you think, of course this is the way you're supposed to go. But nope, you're actually meant to go through the fucking door. What? Hello. Who the hell are you?
A Jedi. This is what I've trained for.
Really?
You're going to bleed. You'll have to try harder. You cannot escape. You hope to hit me?
I have to make a stop.
Didn't work as well as I wanted it to.
I'll fix that. Never seen a trooper like
Oh,
that
hello.
before. You gotta get these Wookiees out of lockup. Keep moving, Jedi. Vents open. Go.
Huh. So I guess the Empire reacted to realizing there's still more Jedi about than they thought there would be, and so they potentially trained more soldiers in being able to cope with them. Once again, sort of contradicting what we've seen, at least the Imperial, I guess, what would you call that? Like their management talk about in episode 4, which seems like we're fairly close to episode 4 in terms of the timeline. Also, the resolution on these light shafts is pretty bad, unfortunately. Don't know why they decided to do that. That just kind of looks weird. So now what? What the fuck, game? What is going on? Why aren't you properly communicating what the hell I'm supposed to do? Oh. Okay, well, I mean... I guess that works. I think it's more the inconsistency is the problem. Like, sometimes they've used red lights to indicate that you're not meant to go a certain way up until that point, and now they're using red lights to guide you to certain points.
Flame beetles, they're coming through the walls.
Hit their nest.
Well, I guess flamethrowers are a lot more effective at taking them out than I thought they would be. Okay, so the big drill basically moved in here. Oh, it's still moving. They aren't too disturbed by the drill literally being next to them, apparently.
Weapons on him.
Get him! Yeah, get him! Stay down!
That was weird.
Help me!
No! You're gonna die!
What? Wait, so using force push on them makes their tank go up in flames? Is that what I saw just there? Find paths that outmaneuver the trooper. Flame rifle requires cooldown after use. Close the distance and strike. The flame trooper is a specialized commando supporting the war machine of the Galactic Empire. Highly proficient in the use of incendiary weapons, their flame rifle has a range of roughly 10 meters, canvassing a wide but short range. Though limited in their agility, they make use of their weapon by restricting a target's freedom of mobility and forcing them into position. Although deadly, their flame rifle utilizes a combustible fuel source that requires time to cool down. Which, in terms of, you know, enemy variety, is actually pretty awesome, because that forces you to a distance, basically, right? You can't just kill them right away. I still find that the game has problems with multiple enemies in a weird way, because, well, what I do like about it is that enemies tend to be fairly aggressive, right? So I attacked the first one, and the second one attacked me then, right? Which makes sense. Obviously, that's what you would do, right? Sadly, a couple of games sort of make it easier on you and, I don't know, deactivate, or at least somewhat deactivate AI that you're not actively fighting yourself. But the problem is I don't know, the game does too much with, like, automatic movement, right? So I was fighting the other guy and sort of awkwardly locked into battle with him, so I wasn't really able to move as freely as I wanted to while fighting the other one. I don't know, I wish they would give you a little bit more options in that regard. Also, I didn't expect them to not be instantly dead when I attacked them with a lightsaber. That is something else that is just kind of inconsistent. Right? Shouldn't they basically be dead immediately? Also, this looks dangerous as fuck. Because they're clearly using this drill for something it's not meant to do. Okay, I can't get through there yet. Oh, I meant to go up onto... I was wondering why there is a thing that I can manipulate there, but...
You sure you want to plug into this thing? Okay.
Oh, that looked weird. That looked... Do you see that animation of the drill into the wall? Well, first of all, this drill is much more capable...
That's why you wanted to move this thing. You had no idea that was there, did you? You just wanted to turn that cutter on.
But yeah, it sort of awkwardly clipped into the wall, and then once it actually hit the wall, then the wall crumbled. I guess they wanted to save themselves from doing an animation of the cutter actually cutting into the wall, and it worked somewhat well. I can see why they decided to do it that way, but... Also, what the fuck is going on with the camera? Stop the fucking camera shake! Okay, I'm trying to turn that off again. Let's see. Is this a camera shake you can turn off? Yes, it is. Okay, I'm gonna keep it turned off. I usually don't like to do stuff like that because I feel like sort of the artistic vision that the developers had comes through better if you keep things on. Especially stuff like chromatic aberration and motion blur and everything. That just belongs to the game, right? You shouldn't turn those things off. Unless it's like multiplayer games or it's impacting performance or something, right? That's obviously a different reason to do it. But usually I want to keep all that stuff on because it's part of the artistic vision that the developers had. But if you introduce something like camera shake, make it fucking work, right? Clearly it has like technical issues and it appears some points where it shouldn't be, so yeah. The game definitely has a lot of these small, mostly technical issues, unfortunately. Once again, I very much like the idea of this drill, though, right? It basically looks like a giant bus with a drill attached to the front of it. And it's such a cool design choice. Or a train, something like that. Is there any reason to climb over there? Get in where? What Jedi? Those are fucking spiders. Also, this just doesn't make any sense. The meditation spot is right next to where an encounter is happening between spiders and Imperial soldiers. Like, that's just a weird setup. Him? That's an it! I guess I can just wait for the spiders to take out the soldiers? Holy fuck. These spider things are definitely pretty powerful. And now they're confused because they can't take out the last one? Can he actually kill the spiders, or can they kill the spiders with the blasters? Once again, it feels like somebody didn't properly think about this encounter, right?
Someone else get in here.
Like, I think the spiders are either meant to kill all of them, or the troopers are meant to kill everything, but this way it just doesn't make sense. Also, shouldn't the spiders die at some point? Oh yeah, they do actually. Yeah, this is weird. What were they thinking? Yo, guys. You shoot me, please?
Look, down there. Is anyone there?
How did that hit me? Press L1, what the fuck?
BD1, come back here. What is it?
Lightsaber material.
Wonder if Grace can cook with these.
Terrarium seed. I still don't know why the hell I'm even collecting those, though. Yeah, what a strange setup this encounter was. Huh.
I just heard from the captain. They're coming. Oh, this is it. At least we have the high ground.
Okay. Kind of a funny reference. Would have probably worked a lot better if they weren't literally standing at a window that overlooks the very place where we just killed stormtroopers, right?
What was that? Another hijacked cutter. Reporting a live cutter near the cell blocks. Immediate aid requested. It's breaking through and destroying everything.
Okay, nice. That's definitely a good distraction. See, I don't know. This was a big problem that I had with episode 8 as well. So, know when jokes actually land, right? And in this kind of scenario, the joke was actually good, right? I didn't dislike that they made a reference to that. But don't place it near a fucking window that literally overlooks where we just fought. I mean, these two guys must have basically witnessed 5 stormtroopers or something like that being killed by 2 giant spiders, then the 2 spiders being taken out by 2 stormtroopers, which then were subsequently taken out by me. They must have seen that. Are they going to turn around again? I mean, look at this. This is practically like a prime location to overlook our combat zone that we were in just a second ago. And we then even used force powers on the fucking machine rotary thing in the middle to walk over here. How the fuck did these 2 guys not see us? And I'm sorry, but this is all I can think about looking at the scene. Right? I mean, it doesn't matter. It could have been the best joke in the world that wouldn't have landed with this kind of setup. How the fuck do you come up with this? And you know, the solution is so easy, right? Just don't put windows in here, or I don't know. They even look this way. If they had been turned around or something, I don't know, just something. This is really dumb.
Got it. We can't stop him. Hit him already.
What?
Get up here.
I always forget that you can just hold L1. I always want to reflect their shots, but obviously I can just hold L1 and move towards them. Which is actually a pretty cool setup, right? Okay, so that's the drill that we just moved forwards, I think. How the hell is he even still moving?
Still alive in there?
So far. Almost to the prison.
Good. Imperial distress calls are going out across the planet. If you don't get the prisoners soon...
We can do this. I promise.
Oh, hello. That looks like a potentially difficult encounter. Okay, this is another shortcut. Another meditation point. I don't really need to rest, but it also doesn't look like we're necessarily meant to move backwards for the time being, which, again, you know, those soldiers, whatever.
The Jedi will be here any minute.
And our reinforcements.
In retreat.
Good.
Sir?
The fewer distractions, the better.
Oh, aren't you high of yourself? Also, once again, this makes no sense whatsoever, right? So that guy standing behind the boxes, right? That is basically your typical Dark Souls setup. You see an enemy that you can fight up ahead, or something else, like an item you can get or whatever, right? You rush in, you don't realize they placed an enemy to, you know, fall into your back, basically. That works in Dark Souls because the things that you're fighting are undead things, right? Or weird fantasy creatures or whatever the fuck. We're fighting intelligent beings here, right? We're fighting actual humans here. No one in their right mind would stand like that behind these boxes in a ready fighting stance, no less. I guess he's waiting, but see, that doesn't make sense. I guess he's waiting for somebody to maybe come from that sort of tunnel over there, right? That door. But then the other guys wouldn't be turned around. Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What? Are you kidding me?
I can take him myself.
Come on, hit him.
He meant nothing. Feeling the pressure.
I think he's scared.
The Jedi's injured.
Yeah, can a police... The hell was that? For some reason I wasn't able to roll away while he was hitting me. So, what exactly am I meant to do here?
Attack him quickly!
Maybe that? Ooh. This is kind of awkward, not gonna lie.
I won't falter. Quit running.
Help! Stim!
Oh, I pressed circle, but okay. And I should also stop rolling. Because that worked a lot better, right? Just pressing circle and then doing the like the backstep kick thing. Worked a lot better. Well, that's a weird shortcut. That's not a shortcut at all. Isn't that completely opening up new levels? Am I not meant to go this way? I mean, this is where it came from, though, right? Like, what?
Guards.
Wait, am I meant to go this way? Oh, that was a weird loading point. I think this was the right way? So the other one was optional, or what?
We're here to free you. You're not alone.
Oh, hello.
Visitation is not permitted. You will regret that. You'll be sorry.
What? Okay. Can you please move into the direction I'm pressing? That's sort of weird.
Quick, help!
I pressed circle, but okay. Could have been a pretty cool fight if the whole circle business just worked better. I don't know, this fight was like really, really easy, but it was made hard because you can't, like... it's just kind of weird choosing a direction when you're pressing circle and evading that stuff. I don't know. Yeah. The whole guard thing with L1 and stuff, I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you also get... I think the biggest problem is just that you can... Like, if you press the wrong button once, somehow the enemies can sometimes, like, hit you 2 or 3 times before you're able to move again, which just feels bad. Heavily built and easy to read, they are highly susceptible to parrying. Outdated system vulnerable to hacking by updated droid units. Susceptible to parrying, okay. Yeah, I didn't really try parrying, or rather, I did it wrong, I guess, but... Imperial security droids, also known as KX series security droids, are commonly used in service to the Galactic Empire. Formidable and specialized in close combat, these droids employ a combination of brute strength and rugged durability to capture and incapacitate enemies. They are equipped with a full comm relay, scramblers, and tactical programming. They actually look... I mean, maybe I'm just sort of thinking about the droid from Rogue One, right? So they look more friendly than what they're meant to be.
Glad to help.
Who's ready to fight some imps? All right, let's help these Wookiees get back in the fight. Great work, Jedi.
Yeah, you know what? I know that's more important than everything, but I kind of want to take a look at whether or not there was an optional shortcut over there, so... You know, I know that doesn't make sense in any sort of capacity, but... Games and their weird fucking optional stuff that never matches well with the actual story you're trying to play through. honestly, at this point in time, I think this game would have actually better worked just as a straight-up Uncharted clone, right? Get rid of the weird Dark Souls stuff. I mean, the combat system can still be like this, but, you know, just make it a linear story thing instead of this awkward mix between different genres that doesn't really work all that well. Or at least it's constantly interrupting the story, right? And the pacing just doesn't work that well anymore. Oh, I see you there on the side. Where the hell did you come from?
What?
The hell is this? Also, it still hit me somehow with that last hit, I think. A Sleeg. Everything with 3Y, apparently. Just a slug with horns. Attacks are slow, dodge or outrun them. Avoid toxic excretion. Sleegs are large carnivorous gastropods. Although they may be found in most temperate environments, they prefer areas that are cool and damp, especially thriving in thick vegetation, small bodies of water, caves, and crevices. They emit a toxic sludge-like excretion that should be avoided. Kind of weird that it just said in the corner over here instead of actually engaging with these fly things. But, oh well. Sweet, where the... What? Huh? Now I'm somewhat completely different. Am I not meant to go here yet? The fuck, game? Stop doing this.
That's the path to the Shadowlands? There has to be a way across.
What are the Shadowlands?
Can't search the whole forest. Better get back to Saw.
The fuck? Okay, this is just weird. So it definitely, I think, wasn't meant to come here yet, but somehow the game still let me, and there is just no point to coming here yet. Cool. Well, I guess I unlocked the shortcut.
The operation is expanding into Sector 7. They call it the Shadowlands. It's crawling with hostiles.
Okay. Who said that? As the Empire expands its control over Kashyyyk, it sets its sights on the Shadowlands. Why was anybody talking about that? What the fuck?
A Wookiee slave collar.
Boo! A broken slave collar. The Wookiees who wore it ripped the collar apart with joy and anger to signify their freedom. Also, I guess I can move towards that cave for some reason. I don't really know why I would want to do that. Oh, yeah. Or maybe... no. Huh. Doesn't actually look like I could. This entire thing, like, just lock the door. I don't know. Like, there's no point in coming here at this point. This is just awkward. I'm completely destroying the pacing of the story. What is going on with the loading? What the fuck does the game do there? You see that? It's loading something and unloading something else, and it completely changes the lighting in this scene. Yeah, it's as if it adds some sort of smoke. It resets the smoke. Something doesn't look right there. Oh, once again, yeah. The game has big loading issues, but again, I wonder if that's a result of it being converted to PS5 and somehow not really being able to work with that.
I think it's sealed.
Wait, seriously? Isn't that the shortcut that I was looking at earlier? Okay, am I meant to go upwards or am I meant to go this way? Like, what's the point of having this? Isn't this just a shortcut? That's the awkward shortcut from before that I'm not really sure why it even exists.
That's a brawler droid processing unit. You thinking what I'm thinking?
Slice security. BD-1 can control damaged KX series security droids. Okay. Slice security droids while they are stunned. That sounds pretty awesome. And that's an optional upgrade you can get here. Okay. Interesting. Well, at least this way made way more sense. Well, the sap is actually also like little droplets are forming there on the pipes. Obviously, I can't reach that. As you can see, it would be impossible to just hold up his hands and reach that.
Saw's up ahead. We must be close.
This looks like a weird encounter. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, I completely overlooked that I have 2 skill points. Oh well. The skill points that you have acquired, they're not reset, right? Don't you want to come over here? Would probably be really fun fighting on this platform.
Keep it up. You almost got him.
Ooh, that immediately killed him. Did not expect that, to be honest. Wait, how the hell do I get... All the rebels are fighting them, and the only thing I'm concerned about is how to get to that fucking chest. I guess I'll come back here at some point? Oh, no, wait. What is this doing? Yeah, well, better than nothing. Still doesn't help me to get over there, though. Or can I just... No, of course not. That would have been too easy, even though you could easily grapple onto it. I mean, I knew it wasn't the solution because... yeah. Oh, game, what the hell are you doing? Why? Like... no. Why is this game so incredible and so bad at the same time? What the fuck happened? Hey, it's an elevator. Oh, that was speedy almost. BD1 almost didn't make it. Didn't make it. What the fuck am I saying? This is a small, slow elevator. It's not really an elevator, it's more of a platform or something. Why are these things on the ground? I guess it's just been used a couple of times.
Hey now. What was in there?
Lightsaber sleeve.
That's not opening.
Wait, what? The fuck? Wait, are you... Are you fucking serious? The slowest elevator ride only gets you to an optional chest and a locked door? Are you fucking kidding me? Who came up with this level design? Wait, so then what the fuck am I meant to do?
Don't fall behind, BD1.
Oh, I guess okay. I'm supposed to climb up there. Okay. Wait, that would require me to move the... Oh. I guess it needs to... No, wait. Does that work? If I overcharge it... Oh, okay. It's just gonna stay overcharged. I guess. Okay. Makes sense.
They've got reinforcements. All back to the prisons.
What? Where the hell is he that I can hear his voice that clearly? Isn't he standing up there somewhere? Well, that's weird. Scan. Oh, more Wookiees.
I'm looking.
Refinery cells? Oh, they're working in there. This refinery was designed only with yield in mind, no thought given to the comfort or safety of the incarcerated. Wookiee workers are chained together with no privacy, often covered in mud or dangerous industrial byproducts. Holy fuck. I wish I could move the camera, but for some reason the game doesn't want me to do that, apparently. Yeah, that does look pretty horrible, not gonna lie.
We need the Wookiees to finish this. Hurry!
They've got reinforcements!
Go, go, go!
Found you. The door's jammed. We're trapped.
This is a
Gotta
shortcut?
get them out of there.
Hurry! We need reinforcements!
How did the last one hit me? What the fuck? Also, this is just weird, right? That okay, he's wearing an orange shoulder pad, and therefore he's not gonna be killed by one blaster shot or what? Like, what? How does that make sense? Oh, fuck. Hello. So if he's like stunned...
You will regret that. Sudden movement unforeseen.
Ah, now I can override him. Oh, for a second there I thought the game was somehow, it looked as if the game, crashed or something, but it was just a sort of a weird camera movement. So this door just doesn't open for some reason, okay. Is he always gonna stay overridden now? Like...
You've done it! The Wookiees are free! Get to the roof!
Nice. I guess he's just gonna stand here, looking awkward. Wait. I meant to go to the roof. Why am I going downstairs? The hell? Don't tell me this is another awkward elevator ride. That doesn't make sense. Okay, I guess let's open the door first. Wait. Where the hell does this go back to? Wait, is this literally the platform we were on earlier? Now I'm actually interested in whether or not the droid's gonna stay overridden, because technically resting should reset that as well, right? Otherwise that would be strange. But what's the point of overriding them if, like, there are no enemies left? Huh. Okay, let's see. What's the thing that I wanted to get? This one, right? Jumping and an airborne attack that allows Cal to push away nearby enemies when he lands. Let's learn this. Yeah, that looks awesome. Definitely good against crowds of enemies. Okay, wait. First of all... Oh, fuck. I have to take the elevator again. I really hope they're covering loading with this, but then again, they're not covering the loading in other scenes. Oh, sorry. So it's just kind of strange that they're suddenly doing it.
Found the target.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You should shoot. He'll be blocking everything. I think I'm done.
Your odds of surviving are low. Very low.
Okay. So the robot resets as well, which is what I suspected it would do. Don't really get what the whole point of the ability is then, though. Unless, because in that particular scene, I sure as hell won't be attacking the droid first. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's the slowest target in the room, right? And it's also not shooting at me. So why the fuck would I... yeah, I don't know. Man, I really wish they wouldn't have done the whole enemies respawn thing. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever in this game. Okay, I can't even see what the fuck this is doing. What did I just overcharge? Also, these enemies for some reason do not respawn? Maybe? Potentially? Oh. Ah, this is a platform that... See, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Bye-bye. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, yeah, the game's incompetent. For fuck's sake, let me move! Oh, man, this is... For fuck's sake. Holy shit. What the fuck?
You ready, buddy?
Jedi! We don't have the firepower to breach its hull.
Can you...
We're on it.
Are you... You're fucking kidding me? What? This can't be the idea of this encounter.
I think you're scared.
BD1, stim.
I pressed L1 for fuck's sake.
He's hurt. Let's end him. We just can't.
Target evading.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course they explode quicker when you're standing on top of them. What is this encounter? Like, what the fuck? That's so weird, especially compared to everything else, right? They just throw everything at you at once? Am I meant to do something else here? I mean, I don't think that it's particularly difficult. I was way too passive, but it's just kind of awkward is the problem. And especially, the biggest problem is that if you mistime one thing, you're being hit by 3-4 things at once.
Target hit.
Converge on the target. Reloading. Try dodging that.
See, this is what I mean. Like, I'm trying to override him, and the other ones are doing their awkward, what the... And now I guess I have to wait for something to... Okay.
Someone's down there. All right, target and fire. I've got a shot. Too fast.
What? How? Like, I really hate that. Stop hitting me, you dumb fuck!
Unessential.
Man, this game really doesn't work that well. Like, it really doesn't. Like, the basic idea of it is really, really cool, but it just doesn't work as well as it should. I think the biggest problem is that there should be more animation canceling. And this is just also really, really awkward. Also, what? The robot's just standing there. Fucking fight this thing. That's why I've overridden you. Ah, see? That's just... should really have animation canceling. Also, like, you can solve most of the problems here by just making you able to target the legs instead of constantly having, because I don't know, there's so much awkwardness to this fighting. I don't know. It's really, really fun, but it's also really, really awkward because it feels like you're meant to chain different attacks together, but you can't. Like, you can't combo properly.
Everyone! These have been hard years. We've lost comrades, friends.
Oh god, look at their eyes.
Family.
Fuck. They didn't load in properly.
Dark times. And yet the fire still burns. Hope still burns. The Jedi are not yet lost. We are not yet lost. Kashyyyk is not yet lost. For the cause!
That looked awkward.
You've seen what the Empire has done to Kashyyyk. These stories are playing out all over the galaxy. My partisans could use a Jedi on our side.
I'm honored. But we have our own mission I can't walk away from. Not yet.
The offer stands. Keep it in mind.
What the fuck was that?
Mari Kosan. And this is Commander Choisek.
Sorry. I'm not quite fluent.
Choisek says he'll do whatever he can to find Tarful and vouch for you.
Do you think he's still alive?
Have faith, Cal. We'll be in touch with your ship. For the cause.
For the cause is such a dumb sentence. Holy fuck. Oh, man, this game. The longer you play it, you realize that it can't quite, detach itself from its Electronic Arts shackles, I guess. Mari Kosan, freedom fighter Mari Kosan, I guess, serves Saw Gerrera's forces on Kashyyyk in their desperate battle against the Empire. Her bravery and dedication to the cause make her a valuable ally to the Wookiees. She provides Cal with vital information about Wookiee chieftain Tarful, which helps his mission. Wait, Wookiee chieftain, why are there commas in there? Is that right?
You know Tarful?
He was part of Tarful's crew, but got captured on a mission. Tarful couldn't risk more warriors to save him. He spent months in that refinery. Choisek will help you find Tarful. They're always on the move. Could take some time.
And that's all I can ask. Thank you.
Why is he still wearing his collar? That doesn't really make sense. Also, what the fuck was up with the cutscene? Did you see how awkwardly the cutscene ended and sort of very weirdly transitioned into gameplay? That didn't look right at all.
Good to have you on our side.
Seems like Saw's willing to do whatever it takes.
He has his own way of doing things, yes. But these are dire times. We need leadership like Saw's.
Even when it means risking your lives?
I mean, how else are you fighting a
Stand
war?
up to the Empire. Why not us?
I admire that.
Then we have something in common. Safe journey, Cal.
What the hell? So they're trying to build Saw Gerrera up as this sort of ruthless character, right? That is apparently supposed to be like, it's basically, dealing in moral grace and more or less using the same tactics as what the Empire is doing to defeat the Empire. Okay, I can get behind that. The problem is they're only telling us that. They're not actually showing it to us, right? Just with that other Imperial soldier where we did the Force echo thing, and Cal said something along the lines of, "Oh, that this was a ruthless attack by Saw Gerrera." No, it wasn't. It's just a dead soldier, right? It's just a dead stormtrooper. There's nothing ruthless about that. This is a war, obviously, that they're fighting, and this isn't any different to what we see basically in every single Star Wars movie, right? There's nothing really morally gray about that. They're fighting for their freedom, and they're fighting the Empire. And it would be ruthless, right, if we'd actually seen Saw Gerrera, for example, use tactics or something like, that would be considered bad. So I'm thinking about something along the lines of what we saw in The Last of Us 2, for example, when you get to that, what were they called? Like the wolves, right? Their camp, and you see their leader actually forcefully interrogating the the scars, right? That they captured. Like in that way, you could definitely see, okay, they're just as bad as they are, and they're doing whatever it takes to get information out of them. Okay, I can get behind, I can't get behind that, obviously. It's not a thing I would want to do, but they're showing it to us, right? Rather than telling us. The Last of Us 2 does that in about, 5 seconds, maybe? I mean, the whole scene is obviously a lot longer, but introducing that, the leader of the wolves to the player, and to, Abby already knew him beforehand, but, introducing the leader of the wolves to the player, it is somewhat of a longer scene, but establishing that he's a very ruthless character and does whatever it takes The Last of Us 2 about 5 seconds, right? It wasn't shown once to us here. It was only told to us, and that over multiple lines of dialogue and other texts and everything. Why? That is so weird.
We'll send word when we find Tarful.
Like, it's also making this very weird character out of Saw Gerrera here, because it's not quite clear whether or not he actually works like that or whether or not he doesn't. Like, it's... Okay, so we can talk to a couple of these guys here?
They'll be okay.
How the hell do you know what they were even talking about? Like, maybe they talked about, I don't know, who bought an ice last week and it was really tasty. I don't know.
So, what's your count at?
I think 20.
I'm at 14.
You've got to catch up.
Oh, I will. The longer I stay alive, the more imps I get to take out.
Justice for what they did to your home.
Our home. We're all in this together. The same cause. We're family. What happened to yours happened to mine.
Family. Where I guess this game came out before that was a meme, but... The meme about counting how many people you killed, yeah, that hasn't been funny since the Lord of the Rings. Like, it was funny in the Lord of the Rings, but it has never been funny after that. Okay, so why can I overcharge something? Oh, that's a shortcut for some reason. See, once again, I was really... It could have been either way. Either I'm supposed to follow him, or I'm supposed to go through the door. The game is really, really bad about communicating where the hell you're supposed to go.
I've been monitoring Imperial communications, and I picked up something.
What the fuck am I doing?
Project Augur has been reactivated. The Empire may be close to finding another Zeffo tomb.
Looks like we still have work to do.
New allies? After freeing the imprisoned Wookiees and taking the refinery from the Empire, Cal still had no information on Tarful's whereabouts. Luckily, Choisik, one of the Wookiees Cal helped liberate, had fought alongside Tarful in the past. He and Mari Kosan, a member of Saw Gerrera's fighters, agreed to find Tarful for Cal. However, just as he received this news, Seri discovered an Imperial transmission revealing the Empire was close to unearthing another tomb of Zeffo. Well, since they basically had months of head start with the other Zeffo tomb and still weren't capable of doing anything with it, anything meaningful anyways, I don't think we need to be too concerned about that. Also, so this was the correct way to go then? Shit, I guess I missed an optional conversation with Saw Gerrera then?
You think Saw and the others will be okay? Always looking on the bright side, huh? Hey, thanks. For everything.
Oh, right, since we're here already... Well, in this case, we just ended the charge, okay. Still doesn't explain how the fuck you're supposed to get over to that thing, right? Like, I still don't know what the hell they want you to do here. Oh, you know what? I think I just figured it out. Unfortunately, it's not something the game actually establishes, so it's a little bit awkward, to be honest. Or are you kidding me? I can't overcharge it because...
Oh, great timing. I think you can handle the speedy.
No, wait, it actually doesn't work. Yeah, now I can't use that anymore, right? What the? Why can't you open your damn map during combat? What the hell? The fuck was that about? Okay, so yeah, I was thinking that maybe by constantly moving it around you might be able to get over there, but that's actually not what you're supposed to do, since, well, they specifically make it so that you can't grapple onto it while it's moving. Wait, I'm actually really confused by this. What the fuck are you meant to do here?
Just what we needed.
No, it's not what we needed. I don't want to customize my lightsaber. What the fuck? I mean, it doesn't really make sense either, right? Technically, you should be able to just sort of like hang on to it and just walk, or like well, shimmy your way over there. The fuck am I missing here? What the? How are you supposed to get to that platform? I don't get it. Or is there, like, can you somehow drop down into this cave from some other place? Well, that wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense either. This is just weird. Why? Am I that dumb? Like, usually I'm pretty good at puzzles, which is why I'm, like, really confused what they want you to do here. Like, can you maybe cut that rope or something? Oh, for fuck's sake. That wouldn't really make sense either, right?
BD, think you can charge this?
Is there any point to, like, putting it somewhere in the middle? Somewhere around here? No, still doesn't work. What the actual fuck are you meant to do here? You know what? I don't care. This is just too dumb. Either I'm overlooking something really, really obvious, or the game's just incredibly incredibly terrible at communicating what the hell you're meant to do in certain places. Whatever. I don't really care. It's honestly kind of strange, because the way the game is set up, you'd think that they're actually really good at level design, but turns out they're not.
Hey, Seer.
Cal, good to see you back in one piece. Mari Kosan contacted us. We know you couldn't find Tarful.
I love risking our lives for nothing. It's fantastic.
Yeah, you risk your life.
Mari and Choysic will come through.
I like your optimism. We could all use a little of that now and then.
Hey, I'm a positive guy, too. I'm positive that if I die, I'll be very upset.
You did good, Cal. We might not have found Tarful yet, but you saved lives today. Don't forget that.
Thanks.
So, I guess we're actually going to come back here, and we're now just supposed to, go to wherever the Empire potentially uncovered a second tomb.
81? Keep an eye on Cal for us.
Just let me know when you want to go.
Well, I don't even know where the hell I'm supposed to go. Investigate new Imperial excavation on Zepho. Oh, we're meant to go back to Zepho. Okay. I didn't really... So they found another Zepho tomb then. Okay. Cool, I guess. Let's go to Zepho then. The problem is also that, I don't know, since that opening sequence, none of these other sequences really have brought back that sort of awesome feeling that the opening had. Like, this feels more like poorly done Dark Souls exploration, right? I mean, the setting is incredibly awesome. The environments look great. There's a lot to like here, but in terms of, I don't know, the game's just not really hooking you in, right, is the problem. And I think that, so, for example, if I hadn't seen Rogue One, if I didn't know who Saw Gerrera was, I wouldn't have cared about this character at all. Like, they do a piss-poor job at introducing him, and also, there's no character development, nothing. Right? He sort of appears, oh, he's this rebel group leader. Cool. He doesn't even do anything. Or at least you don't see what he's doing most of the time, right? Because you were occupied yourself. And yeah, if I hadn't seen Rogue One, I wouldn't have cared about him one bit. I still don't really care about him, because his introduction in Rogue One was pretty poor as well. But, yeah. This whole sort of setup. So we come here, we basically find absolutely nothing. We fight a few Imperials, we kind of look at some beautiful environments, and that's about it. And the introduction sequence to this whole thing with taking over the 8080, that was actually pretty cool. But if it ultimately leads to, well, nothing in particular, then it's also... Also, I find it strange, so that... Like, they actually have two somewhat cool boss battles in here, which I think when they first introduced this prisoner droid, that's a pretty cool battle. And also when they, for the first time, show you that, like, strong Imperial trooper with the purple lightsaber-like staff thing, right? And the black armor stuff. Both of those are introduced to you in a pretty cool way, where they feel like this unique boss encounter, if you want. And then immediately afterwards, they're just inserted like they're a regular old enemy. And you kind of go, wait, what? And then also, like, you fight the robot and multiple normal Imperial soldiers and an ATST at the same time. I mean, the fight against the ATST in general just doesn't work that well, mainly because like you have to untarget him while you're in melee combat attacking, and that just kind of feels awkward. And especially it has the same problem, right? That really makes me appreciate how well FromSoft crafts its combat, right? Because no matter how much I might have complained about the boss design in Elden Ring, the basic combat is still incredibly well done, right? And they allow for a lot of freedom and a lot of sort of adjustments to certain situations. And they just have this snappiness to their combat system that this game definitely lacks, right? This game has this sort of awkward, I don't know, you can be stuck in animations, which can kind of feel bad. And it also has a lot of sort of auto-targeting going on, right? So when you're attacking the legs of the ADST, even though the game has a specific lock-on function, instead of it, like, I think the game would work a lot better if they had a soft lock-on, right? That automatically locks you onto targets, but doesn't require you to press a button, right? I think that would actually work a lot better in this game. And you could switch targets basically by just turning your camera around, right? And it would always sort of auto soft lock on to the guy that's basically standing in front of you. Because the game already has systems in place so that you don't only fight the one guy you're targeted at, right? You definitely have the capability to deal with multiple targets. It's just sort of awkward because the game sort of wants you to focus on one target, yet it's throwing multiple targets at you. Again, the whole combat I think would work a lot better without having to target enemies, but you kind of have to target enemies in order to properly guard against their attacks and all that kind of jazz. So yeah, it's this awkward hybrid system that doesn't work well in any sort of direction, right? And yeah, the problem as well with the ATST, right? You're attacking its legs and you're stuck in your attack animation, right? And even though Elden Ring does have a couple of problems there as well, typically in FromSoft games, the sort of frame timings of most animations are done in a way where they make sense, right? So you can see the attack of an enemy, and it'll basically require as much time to go through as your dodge roll takes, right? So it's clearly meant to like work together, right? You can do stuff, and the enemy's animations will correspond to your animations. And it doesn't feel like that at all in this game, where the weird mines that the ATST drops, they're going off way too quickly, right? They don't correspond to your timings properly. And that, in conjunction with you being stuck in this animation that you're doing and not actually able to move your character properly, is just kind of bad. Like, the ATST encounter is really badly designed, unfortunately. It could be very well designed if they tweaked it in a couple of different ways, right? So first of all, I think you should be able to switch between targeting the laser thing to reflect it and targeting the legs in order to attack them. That should be a very fluent switch, which is something that FromSoft games thankfully are doing, right? They're actually giving you targetable spots at the legs. Still not that great, because FromSoft definitely overdoes it like way too much with like really big enemies, but at least it still kind of works, right? And well, yeah, the ATST, it's also, again, the mines, they're exploding way too quickly, and I don't know, it just doesn't feel great, unfortunately.
I could look at these all day.
What is the point of planting these seeds? Like, is there any point to this? Can I do something with them, or is it literally a really, really badly done collectible? Because that's what it feels like. Let's see. I actually didn't get that much upgrades for my lightsaber, I think. Not that I'd really want to. It's also kind of weird since, I don't know, lightsabers especially have always felt like this really integral part of a Jedi in Star Wars, so being able to completely change its looks is just kind of weird. I don't know. It doesn't work as well as I think it should. Duty and resolve. This actually looks pretty awesome. Passion and strength too. Let's keep it at that. I like this sort of natural look to it. The colors are pretty bad though, aren't they? I mean, this might be cool. But silver, yeah. So guess we're flying back to Zephyr then?
Where to, kid?
Also, why do they not have an animation for them coming back into the ship? That is also so awkward, right? They're sort of just standing on the outside of the ship, and as soon as you interact with this holo table, I mean, at least you don't see it, but they're automatically switched to their proper positions within the ship, right? Instead of, like, why don't they have an animation of them actually boarding the ship? Again, that just seems so weird, right? Why go through the effort of implementing, like, takeoff animations and stuff, but then don't introduce animations for them moving into the ship? It's such a weird choice. I don't know. In certain aspects, this game almost seems like it's not properly finished. But then in other aspects, it does way more than it's supposed to. It's a very, very weird... I wonder if maybe the game's direction had some problems. It's hard to tell, honestly.
Back to Zepho, huh?
The Empire might have found the Zepho tomb. We can't waste any time.
Pity. Heard about a high-stakes game from one of Saw's fighters. A few extra credits couldn't hurt, you know?
Gambling? Grease, use your head. One of these days, the Haxian brood is going to catch up with you.
Those slubs? I'll hear them coming from a parsec away.
I don't need your gambling habit causing us more trouble with murderous criminal syndicates.
You're right, I know it. I just want to blow off some stress every once in a while, you know? Anyway, all of that is in the past. I'm sure it won't be a problem.
Sure.
Time to land, get up here.
Okay, I'm actually really interested in seeing, so are they going to land us at the exact same spot? And if they do, will they have moved the enemies around? Because it would be even more awkward if they would be positioned the exact same way they were before. Also, I don't really understand where the fuck there would be another tomb on Zepho. Because it looked like we explored quite a lot the last time we were there. The ship's animations are also really, really well done. Like the idea of whatever the sail thing is meant to be, sort of turning around, and the side pod thing going to the side. The fuck is that weird sound? Some physic object stuck somewhere? That was weird. Inspect the giant Zepho statue. Oh, okay. So that's where we're supposed to go this time.
You think Grease is putting bets on if we succeed or not?
Cal, I take responsibility for him. You have nothing to worry about.
If you say so.
When I found Grease, he was in a lot of debt with the Brood. I paid it off. All of it. At least I thought so.
We all have our problems.
Yes, I suppose we do.
Seer.
I see you weathered the storm.
Wish I could say the same for the others who try to land here.
What'd you find?
A crashed ship. I think it was a Republic Venator.
Wait, what?
In this part of the galaxy? Must have gone down during the Clone Wars.
I think there was a Jedi and their Padawan on board.
And?
I didn't search the whole ship, but it didn't look like there were any survivors.
That's hard to hear. Regardless, a vessel like that, carrying one of our own.
Wait, when did we do that? What the fuck is this conversation? I don't remember finding that.
We got a skilled pilot with us. Storm's still going.
Grease is a rare find for a pilot. Doesn't ask too many questions, but we can still trust him with our lives.
You sure we can?
Anyone seen my good spoon? Ow!
I think we'll be fine. You're doing good work, Cal. Thank you.
Man, this fucking game. So she turned around for the other, like, dialogue option, right? And then you talk to her again, but she doesn't turn back around to you, and so she just sort of awkwardly... What the fuck did these guys do in this game? Like... Just don't put in the option to talk to her at all if you don't want to implement properly talking. Why?
So, you dig up any ancient Zephonian treasures?
No, we're not here to raid tombs. But I found something else. A Republic Venator crashed in the lake.
Whoa, a Venator? Those things are seriously built. Not easy to take down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what caused the crash, but I know there was a Jedi and the Padawan on board.
A Jedi? Must bring back some tough memories.
So many lives lost. How could the Order have been so blind to the danger?
The Venator, isn't that Star Destroyer-like thing that the Republic had? I mean, I've definitely seen that on the horizon, but we can literally see it from here. Why is this a special talking point?
Holding up, Grease?
I've been to some strange places before, but this one is old. Hey, I know you probably think I know everything, but I don't know much about Jedi.
I don't know if I'd say that.
No, it's true. Mostly myth and legend. How do you feel about that? You're a legend already.
Nah.
I don't know about that.
I'm just saying. Seer and I spent a long time searching for you, kid. The last thing I spent so much time searching for was the right gift to give my great-grandma, and that was important to me, so you're probably the same.
Did you ever find it?
The gift? Yeah, a data pad to put all the recipes on. It made her day.
What got you into gambling in the first place?
If you must know, I made a few unfortunate choices. Maintaining a ship like this ain't no easy task, you know. A few things broke here and there, so I needed some fast money. Of course, loans need to be paid back, but don't worry, it's my problem. We all got them. Tombs freak me out. Let's do what we gotta do and then leave.
Okay, so... Yumi, you know, normally I really appreciate it when games give you, like, optional dialogue stuff like this, right? But if you're doing that, do it properly, right? Don't implement optional stuff into your game if you're not actually willing to put in the time. Like, when they knew that they didn't have time to, I guess, polish this up, cut it out, right? Just cut it out. There's no point to keeping this in. It's flavor dialogue. It's cute, and it does, you know, maybe make you relate to the characters a bit more, but if it's going to be, like, immersion breaking because their animations aren't cued properly and the dialogue's also sort of awkwardly jumps between different topics because it's just sort of talking points back to back instead of actually being related to one another, stuff like that. You know, I mean, this This is like the Oblivion NPC dialogue all over again, right? Not like, I know I'm being a bit too harsh here, but it's really not that well implemented, right? And since it is such an optional sort of flavor type thing, just cut it out. Cut it out. Leave these two in the ship, right? And be done with it. Why? Right? Why would you do that? The game's so good in so many ways, and yet it constantly, like, every single scene in the game has to remind you, oh, EA didn't properly care about the quality of our product. So they fucked it up. Like, that's just sad. Also, yeah, that's the Venator class they're talking about, right? So how did I find it if it's literally right here? Also, I don't remember finding any sort of... Let's actually look at the data bank then. Zepho. Imperial excavation. Zepho villages. There's nothing about Jedi being on the ship. I mean, this is just about the Imperial efforts, right? Then this is about Project Augur from the Empire. We found stuff about the villages. Unless these were meant to be Jedi, but I didn't actually find everything. Like, we found a mother protecting her child, right? But I don't think it ever really told us that they were supposed to be Jedi. I'm also just still missing entries, so I feel like the game isn't properly, like, keeping track of which kind of entries you've already found, and just bringing the dialogue up even though I didn't actually find all of the details that I would have needed in order to talk about it. Ugh. Joystick, a former member of Tarful's freedom fighters. Joystick was captured during an attack on an Imperial outpost. After the refinery prison break, Joystick became fast friends with Source Lieutenant Mariko-san. Together, they will stop at nothing to save Kashyyyk from the Imperial occupation. Once again, kind of weird. This just happened like 3 minutes ago, right? Let's maybe keep the expectations down a bit. Like, how do you know that they will stop at nothing to save Kashyyyk? That logically doesn't make any sense. Okay, so where the hell am I supposed to go exactly? Like, what opened up that we weren't able to look at before? Oh, it's close to the shortcut. Honestly, since they already have these meditation points, right? Thinking about how Elden Ring works, I actually would have preferred if they would just let you teleport to them. Because I feel like there isn't really... Like, what's the point of me going through this entire first section if there's nothing that I can find here? Unless now I'm capable of opening the door, maybe? I guess that would work quite well. So these guys are still tearing up.
Either. Must have cleared out to search for the tomb.
That's good for us, but the caves will be crawling with them. I'll do what I can to monitor their movements.
Something about this doesn't feel right. The Empire doesn't give up ground.
I know. I feel it too.
Watch yourselves, okay?
You too.
Once again, that sounded like dialogue that was missing something in between. Also, there weren't any Imperial soldiers around here when we first came here. That whole dialogue just didn't make any sense whatsoever. I feel like this is meant to be played when you're... I think maybe they thought you were going through the shortcut that you opened up first. Oh, can you stop moving away so much? See if I can open this up.
Can't get through.
No. Cool. The fuck? Yeah, I do think that it... Why is this not marked as blocked, though? If there's a literally blocked entry thing, why is this not red? Weird. So, are you fucking telling me that I have to go through all of the already discovered stuff? Shit. I guess that's what the shortcuts are for, but... But yeah, that dialogue would have made way more sense if I would have gone through the shortcut first and discovered that, yeah, in fact, there are no Imperials anymore. There are Imperials here, though! What the hell are you talking about? Also, what the fuck? We landed with our ship right here, and you're telling me they don't care about us? What the hell? How do you fuck this up so badly? Like, why? Why would you place enemies here? This doesn't make any sense. Man, the game's giving me a really hard time.
You will regret that. I'm sorry. Sudden movement unforeseen.
What? Felt like I was... Okay, apparently they're just as bad at grabbing attacks as FromSoft is. I pressed... So I think what you're meant to do there is just... I think what you're meant to do is block his attacks with L1. And I was using circle. But some of his attacks are able to be avoided with circle, and other attacks are not. And the game doesn't actually display anything about that. Oh boy. Who are those guys? So, they made it even worse to traverse through these environments, since now I actually have to fight through previously empty rooms that I already know how they look like and everything. Well, this still looks the same as it did before. Wait, where the hell am I even... So, I'm forced to go through everything that I have already discovered, right? All the way back over here. Okay, so I guess these would be green if I were able to open them? Because these are also green, yeah. I think that's what's differentiating them, right? So, since... wait, where is it? Since this door here at the start is orange, means that but I can't access it right now, apparently. But then the unexplored thing is also orange. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know, man. I feel like the game...
I see you down there.
The game has a lot of problems, unfortunately.
I can take you myself. I won't let up.
Also, I feel like you have to press L1 too early. Oh, that's just a meditation site. I still don't have this fucking link, though. So I have to come back here a third time? I guess we're still missing the third tomb as well, right?
Get over here, intruder.
I wanted to sneak up on him. Why is there no sneaking option, for fuck's sake? Bye-bye. Okay. There was a really annoying encounter behind the door here, though, so...
On target. Okay, I'm done. Aim and fire. Watch out, or you'll be next.
That's it. Got no more range trooper backup.
Yeah, of course you don't, because you dumb fucks just don't attack me, apparently.
The target is too far.
We've got this.
Like, what? Is the AI not capable of attacking me here in the doorway? Or what the hell is happening?
Step back, I've got this.
That was really weird. What? Is there something wrong with their AI or something? The fuck? That was really, really strange. Also, yeah, this definitely feels padded, right? Because I'm literally doing the exact same thing that I was doing before. And nothing changed about the level either. If you're doing this, and you're making it so... Wait, what's the point of jumping up here? Oh. I didn't see this last time. Oh, interesting. Wait, maybe this is what I was looking for last time? Because last time I was really confused that they weren't letting me go back, like, in a proper way. Wait, what? What the hell is the point of this exactly? What? What was the point of that? You see that animation? Man. Okay, so if you implement enemies in your game that can, like, do a very, very long jump at you, and you also have them be right next to cliffs, either commit to the thing and make your enemies jump off the cliff, or implement something that they either don't use the charge when they're facing the cliff, or have it be a different animation that's not as far or something. Elden Ring has that in it sometimes as well. Not as bad as this, but like Elden Ring also has problems with that, where enemies will almost walk off of cliffs, and it looks like they should fall, but they're not, because the game sort of awkwardly tries to keep them within the confines of the level structure. I don't know, there's all kinds of weird stuff going on.
You aren't leaving here alive. Try dodging that.
Wait.
Your turn. What's your last mistake?
I thought I pressed...
I'm winning this.
Why?
Not feeling so
That is so weird. So I thought I was doing the counter correctly in that particular situation, but apparently I wasn't. Like, I feel like something there might have been wrong. So I feel like I was doing the counter. I don't know. So when you're just waiting for their attack, right? And you're doing the counter, it seems incredibly easy to counter them. But when you're sort of in this fight situation, right? So he's attacking you a little bit, you're attacking him, especially after you attacked him, and he's then sort of doing an attack. It seems like in that situation, they're giving you less time to do the same counter. I don't know if that's really what's happening, but something feels inconsistent about that. I'm not really sure what it is. So I meant to go this way this time, but theoretically I would have already been able to open this last time I was here, right? Also, I just noticed, what the fuck is going on with these weird artifacts when I'm turning the camera quickly? That's some sort of weird upscaling issue. Wait, oh. So this is... Isn't this just a facility that I would have already been able to access last time around? I guess this is where the level now continues as well.
Wasn't expecting this. It's a giant Zepho statue. Kinda thought there would be Zepho stuff inside.
Wait, this is a jet... What? Oh! I didn't even realize that we were in the statue. Well, I mean, obviously the Empire's done stuff to it, right? But... Wait, what the fuck? That means, though, that they... I mean, this was here the last time we were here as well. Wouldn't we have realized that they found something? Oh, that's a bit of a weird setup, but okay. Why is my controller vibrating? What the fuck? Also, why is there nobody here? Weren't there soldiers in here last time? Hey, an upgrade.
Scomplink?
Hey!
Right, I think I could replace yours with this. Let's get you fixed up. How's that?
So...
Wanna try it out?
I could have... What? Slice panels to access new areas. So I could have found this the last time I was here? Before I left? Is that what they're trying to tell me? Because if so, that would be incredibly annoying. Fucking hell. Yeah, now the doors are apparently able to open. Well, not this one, but... Okay. You didn't realize I was here beforehand? What the fuck? Hello.
Time to fight.
Am I actually gonna find anything up in the statue here? Ooh, hello. That's kind of awesome looking, not gonna lie. Oh, for fuck's sake. I pressed A twice. How the fuck does that not count? You need to hold it. That is such an awkward... Oh, hello. seriously? What? What happened? Do you see that? So he flew down. He was definitely still alive. But the game sort of awkwardly despawned him? Where did he go? I think he's actually still alive somewhere. Okay, so... Oh, what did they do to this game, man? So they give you a force push, right? They give you a force push to push enemies, well, exactly in situations like this, right? But then they don't account for that? So the enemies are actually not able to go back up to you, neither do they take damage? So I just expected him to die there, right? Because he's a normal soldier that just dropped down about 10 meters or something. He should have broken his spine, probably. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? How do you not account for something like that happening? Oh, so now we're actually... we're supposed to go over to that ship. I do still want to take a look at this room, though. This seems like an optional thing. Yeah, I don't really care about the rest of the optional stuff, to be honest. You're still here as well. I actually did not expect him to be able to use his shield sort of to defend himself against me. That actually looked quite fun. Let's maybe not rest for the time being. But I do want to spend the skill point. Maximum life increase. Let's just go with that. Where's the door? Here.
No match for you, right?
Wait, the fuck? There's literally just a chest behind him? Okay.
Yep, there you go. What's that, BD?
Also, I definitely remember that there is a locked chest in the starting area of the zone. I think it's here, right? That can be accessed via the scomp link. But it's not on the map, even though I already found it. That's a little bit annoying, to be honest. Like, at least the map tells you that there's still a chest that you need to find here, technically, but... Alright. Wait. This way. I'm really struggling today with this game. I don't know. I think I just expected a bit more. Like, it's doing so many really, really cool things, and yet at the same time, it's also... It just feels like it's sort of half-finished in some other areas. And I do have to admit that the whole, you know, search ancient Zephyr relics...
If we see one of those big things, I'm running. Why? We can take down a Jotaz if we stand together. Says you. I'd rather live than try to kill one of those.
What was I about to say? Oh, right, I don't know, I think I just... I expected a little bit more out of the game, and as I said, these sort of Zepho excavations, like, they're not really that interesting in terms of plot structure. Like, when you really look at it, right, beyond the prologue of the game, basically, on Braca, what really happened? Not much at all. So, yeah.
BD, we gotta get through this way.
Come on, let's get him. Affirmative.
Why? I'm not quite sure what the purpose of these droids is supposed to be. It feels like they're setting this up in terms of, oh, you can kill the droid, so it's not going to alert the soldiers. It doesn't make any sense, though, because you don't actually have any kind of stealth functionality, so they're going to be alerted to you no matter what.
Throw me a stim, BD.
Okay, once again, same question. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Is this the correct way, or is it the other ones? Like, what's the deal here? Why is this... I really wish the game would communicate that better. Why is the controller vibrating all of a sudden? That was weird.
Let's see what's behind here. You make that look easy.
Oh, that's a sense echo. For a second there, I thought this was a,
Do not concern yourself with a missing artifact. I'll deal with it personally.
Officer Crane. Who the fuck is that? A crate used by the Empire to transport relics found in the excavation. An Imperial officer seemed to be misleading about it. Okay. Why? Also, what's the point of giving you a meditation site here? Like, why? This would respawn all of these guys. Why would I do that? Elevator can't be called from the site right now. Yeah, why exactly? How does that make sense? I mean, it doesn't make sense in Dark Souls, but here it's even worse since, yeah, there's no explanation to it whatsoever, right? Like, why not throw... So in these cases, right, why not throw... Instead of having this non-assuming red light here, why not put a small monitor here that says elevator out of service or something, right? That at least that would give some sort of explanation as to why it's not working. Once again, it really feels like the game is taking a lot of things from Dark Souls, but instead of actually understanding why Dark Souls does it, it's just sort of copying it over. At least it's not copying it over in like a bad way. Oh, that looked fun. But it's also not improving on it whatsoever, and it's not really...
You, know any jokes, BD? I don't know. Why? Classic.
It's a good punchline, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's sort of like they're copy-pasting it over. They're not doing a bad job with it, but they're not really doing a great job either. It's just sort of, oh, let's copy the same idea, but not really think about how it would work better within our game, right? Yeah. Also, what the heck is going on over there? What is that? That bent metal, or is it something else? Or, no, that almost looks more like roots. I do find it really awesome, though, that this level is actually, like, insanely big. I do appreciate that.
There's gotta be some information on their excavation inside, right? Always looking on the bright side. Thanks, buddy.
Wait, what are they fighting? Oh, hello. Boom! Well, I guess I'm supposed to be fighting it now. What the hell are you? Oh, seriously? Oh.
Jedi's on the move. You don't scare me. Take the game. Nice to move back. More coming.
Why? What the fuck? Now it worked. See? I don't know, I feel like what are you doing? Oh, that was weird. Fuck! So now I can't scan it because... Why the fuck are the enemies Why is everything despawning? Why? There's no reason why things need to despawn. Like, Demon Souls didn't despawn its fucking enemies 15 years ago. Why is this game despawning them? Like, what? Especially, like, once again, so, it's fine to despawn enemies if the enemy corpses aren't important. But how the fuck do you come up with the idea of making corpses scannable in order to get more information about them, yet they also despawn before you can do that? Who comes up with that kind of stuff? Like, this would be the first thing, like, as a QA tester or whatever, right? This would be the first thing that I talk about. Like, don't despawn bodies that you can still scan, or make them automatically scanned or something, right? They could have literally just added that databank entry without me having to push the button to scan the damn thing. This game is really trying to get on my nerves, right? Like, I really, really want to like this, and yet they're doing everything they can to make it a bad experience, right? And yet, to come back to the statue, I didn't realize this was an actual statue as well. Somehow I didn't really... Like, I saw the other one over behind this mountain, but I didn't realize this was another statue. So, the Empire basically came here and cracked open all the statues and took a look at whether or not there's anything interesting inside of them. I mean, it makes sense. Man, I am really glad though that I'm not playing on the higher difficulty. Not because, like, I'm not against the challenge, right? I do think that the game is pretty easy this way, but with all the dumb stuff that is going on, I think I really think that I wouldn't like the game very much on a higher difficulty, because it probably would mean that you'd have to go through really annoying, nonsensical stuff way more often, right? Okay, so why is this door not opening? It looks the same as every one of those other doors that actually did open. It's going to be a shortcut. Wait, can we actually hit this thing with our lightsaber? No. Why? Why is there no cool animation for this? I expected something along the lines of what's happening in episode 1, right? Where Obi-Wan is sitting there before he's fighting Darth Maul.
Gungus, sentient plant, filled with explosives. This describes them as jumpy? As long as we pay attention and don't get too close, we'll be fine. Huh. This also says wind can move them around. Like I said, don't get too close. We'll be fine.
Well, we already know about the wind part, so that's a bit of a... Wait, what? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that about? Why didn't... What the fuck happened to the ledge grab? Why wasn't that... What? Okay, so this is gonna be another shortcut.
There's the Jedi! Right on target.
I still find the L1 thing weird, like the timing. I feel like the timing is just kind of inconsistent, but...
Let's head out.
Wait, isn't this another elevator? Oh. For fuck's sake, are you... Ah, so you have to move onto it to unlock the shortcut? Really? Isn't this still going to respawn every... The whole respawning mechanic just doesn't work at all in this game. Like, it just doesn't. It doesn't fit this game at all. There's no reason why they would do that.
Next time, maybe we should go take a look. Get him. Okay, then.
This is so dumb. Okay, then. This is just weird. I don't know. Also, the thing is, right, I mean, yeah, of course this game has a higher difficulty as well, but in, the entire reason, right, in FromSoft games, why you respawn enemies is that, like, the only reason really they respawn is so that they force you to go from one bonfire to the next, with limited healing charges, right? Which you could say is kind of what they're trying to do here. Except that there's nothing to learn here, really, right? I always felt like in FromSoft games, they strategically placed everything so that you, as the player, get consecutively better at stuff, right? And you learn more and more about how the encounters flow. You learn to... Like, there's still stuff to learn, right, is the big point here. So there are tough enemies in FromSoft games that can be really difficult to get through, right? But as the game goes on, and especially as you're fighting the same enemy multiple times, you learn their movement, right? And enemies that have given you a lot of trouble at the start of the game are pretty easy to deal with later on, right? So not only do you have a sense of progression there, but it also kind of makes sense. Like you're able to traverse certain levels way more quickly later on than you were initially. But here, there isn't really much to learn. It's the same stormtroopers. They work the exact same way. Like, I don't know. I honestly feel like they fundamentally missed the point of why FromSoft implemented those systems. And they're not even perfect in FromSoft games either, right? And Elden Ring, with it being open world, and I talked about that at length during the Elden Ring playthrough, has a lot of trouble coming up with reasons for why enemies respawn as well, right? An Elden Ring scenario, it also doesn't make sense in a couple of ways, especially in the open world, right? But here in this game, it makes no sense whatsoever. It just doesn't fit the game and the sort of genre that it's in at all, right? This is way more action-adventure game than action RPG, like FromSoft. And yeah, therefore the whole enemy respawning stuff, it just doesn't, there's no.
Do your magic, BD.
It really takes away from the game. That's the problem, and that's why I'm harping on about it, right? Oh, who the hell are you? That's why I'm so, like, this game would just be straight up better if enemies didn't respawn. It would flow better. It would like also it would lend itself better to exploration, right? Coming back to areas you've previously visited just to take a look at, oh, maybe I forgot some sort of cache or whatever the fuck. Also, they could have completely changed the environment. I think I mentioned that in the first stream. So what Uncharted does really, really well, or Naughty Dog in general, is that they can, at least after Uncharted 1, right? Let's exclude Uncharted 1 from this because that game's pretty bad in those kinds of scenarios. But what they learned very, very well is to sort of repurpose a level in a really interesting way, right? And change up encounters and whatnot because of that. But it makes sense in those games, right? It follows the story. So the gameplay follows the story rather than the other way around. And here it just feels like you're sort of awkwardly, right? Instead of actually changing enemies because something actually changed, right? We went to Kashyyyk, freed some Wookiees. Don't even still know why we did that in the first place, but okay. And then you come back here, and instead of actually changing, right, the environment, because the Empire, like we were here before, right? The Empire knows that we were here, potentially even extracted some artifacts that they weren't able to get. So realistically, they should have either upped their security or, I don't know, done something, right? So, and those kinds of changes, the story progression that we did here should reflect in changes in enemy structure and enemy placement, and maybe also upgraded enemies straight up, right? And the fact that the enemies are literally standing in their exact same positions again, it just doesn't fit, right? It doesn't make sense because the story moved forward. Why didn't enemies move forward? Like that it clashes so much, right? And it clashes in FromSoft games as well. It's just, it's not as bad there because, you know, the way they've set up the story, it still kind of works, but it also doesn't anymore, right? Like it's that's sort of a remnant of something that worked back in like Demon Souls and Dark Souls, but as time went on, the whole enemies respawn and quests sort of only very awkwardly move forward in FromSoft games also became pretty bad. So again, this game, having released much later than Demon Souls and Dark Souls, it's drawing inspiration from them, but fundamentally misunderstands why FromSoft does certain things and why they did it in the past. Right? FromSoft at least has the excuse of, oh, we've always done it this way, right? Let's just not really meddle with our systems, which is kind of the worst parts about Elden Ring, right? Is that they just stuck to a lot of their systems instead of actually revamping them and fitting them more around an open world game. But here, this is even worse because they don't have an excuse to just repurposing these systems. They just copied them over without understanding why they were a thing in the first place, right? And then also not adapting them to the game they were trying to make. So now it just feels awkward and it's getting in the way. And that's the biggest issue here, right? This sort of weirdly copy-pasted over systems from FromSoft gets in the way of actually enjoying the game, right? And that's very, very unfortunate. So you have a ranged gun. You're not going to shoot at me, even though you clearly know that I'm here. Interesting. I wish I had a ranged attack. Could probably cheese this guy.
I will not lose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Of course, you can react to a fucking blaster shot. What the fuck?
Are the Inquisitors coming?
It's possible, but we're far from Braca. They might think purge troopers are enough. Or they could be stalling you on purpose. Stay wary.
Purge trooper? What the fuck's that supposed to be? Dangerous from a distance. Make attempts to close distance quickly. Avoid shock grenade or use it to strike nearby stormtroopers. Agents of the Inquisitorius, purge troopers are charged by the Empire to hunt down survivors of the treasonous Jedi Order. Operating in the shadows, their clandestine mandate is largely unknown, even among Imperial ranks, as they support Inquisitors across the galaxy. This specialized class is trained and equipped with a variety of weapons and tactics, but primarily attacks with blasters and shock grenades. Didn't really seem like it had a lot of variety in tactics, but okay. It's a bit dumb that they can just evade blaster shots that you reflect back at them. Like, is that suggesting that they're also kind of using the Force? But that doesn't really make sense.
Any sign of the tomb?
No, and the Empire's been stepping up security.
Keep your focus. Watch out for him, BD.
Okay. We'll keep looking.
I think this is where I'm meant to go, right? Yeah. Definitely can't go back if I go down there. Also, no sign of the tomb. That is such a weird... Oh, I guess that's how we're coming back? That looks weird, doesn't it? What is going on with that? So it's somehow getting motion blur attached to it, even though it's not moving? The fuck did they do? Like, if your physics don't work properly, just implement a static object or something if it's not moving, and only, like, switch out the static object with the moving object once the player interacts with it or something. This just looks bad. The fuck? Oh. And once again with the weird sliding sections. They must have been really proud of their sliding animation or something. I don't know why, but yeah. This does look pretty awesome though. Again, like, the game has so much good in it, and yet it constantly tries to break your immersion. That's... This looks awesome! Absolutely stunning. Holy fuck!
You see the Star Destroyer? It's a Venator.
There could be useful intel inside.
I'll try to find a way to it.
Honestly, the earlier dialogues that we had with Seri and Seer and Grease, or whatever his name is, feel like conversations we were meant to have after this, right? It's so weird that we talked about the Venator and now we're pretending like this is... Like, that's the ship that we were talking about, isn't it? So they completely messed up the dialogue there, apparently. Cool. There's a bunch of these bigger guys around. Also, another thing that I was talking about, so yeah, what I wanted to talk about earlier is that we've seen a second statue already, right? So, the second statue is actually the one that you can fairly easily see, like, right away, right? And the one that I was just in is the one that is... Or is that the one that I saw? And am I confusing it? Maybe I'm confusing it. Okay, let's... Because I was thinking that the other statue, I thought we already knew that there was another thing here. Wait, do we just jump into the water, I guess? Okay. At least the game is swimming. Even though the animations are really bad for it. Wait.
The villagers built this memorial to the clones on the Venator. If only they knew the truth.
Oh. Wait, what kind of truth? A memorial to the fallen clones of the Venator constructed by the villagers. The galaxy believes the Jedi were traitors. Only a few know the truth. Oh, that's what he was referring to. Right, because the clones basically killed the Jedi. Right. I wonder if these villagers even knew they were clones. I guess they must have known once they took off their helmets. I mean, then again, it was referred to as the Clone Wars, right? So I guess most people would have known about that. What exactly is the point of going back here, though?
Empire isn't the only thing we have to worry about.
Doesn't this just lead back to where we just came from? Oh.
This tunnel flooded suddenly. What could have caused such a thing?
Drowned. A sudden disaster struck, killing the creatures in this tunnel with a massive flood. The creatures? That's a human body, though. A human skeleton, rather.
Something smells like old oil. Sorry, buddy, not you. It's this water.
Kind of a cool reflection on the ceiling. Well, hello. I think, well, there is no point to actually meditating, right? If you don't want to do anything, because, like, it's not saved as a teleport point or anything.
He was killed by a cave-in. Imperial excavation is making these tunnels unstable.
Ooh. So they killed their own? The remains of a stormtrooper killed when the tunnel collapsed due to Imperial excavation. Well, that's pretty dumb, right? Killing your own troops. So...
Let me see. Very nice.
Imperial excavation equipment. The level of dust suggests it's been sitting here a long time. Yeah, probably the cave caved in and then they just didn't access it again. I wonder if is this where we're supposed to go? Because it looked like there were a lot of others. Oh, that was weird loading. Man. Why does the game have so many loading issues? Hello. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, he has a rocket launcher, but he's not able to hit me? Well, that's cute. Wait, did I just push that back at him, or did he shoot the floor? Also, why is there another slide here? This is not where I came from, right? Could I have... Were there, like, two paths that I could have taken? Also, this is Imperial excavation, though, right? Judging by the huge equipment and everything. Oh, there's a bunch of people up there as well. Wait, do I want to go around, or do I want to go that way first? Man, Yeah, I don't really know. Like, the game's pretty... I really wish the sort of this jump back was different. I don't know. Yeah, so the problem is also that the game isn't really doing anything with its exploration, right? I like that they've put in exploration, or that they wanted to have exploration in their game, but it's just sort of... Ooh, that was close.
Evade the blaster bolts. We'll get you for that. Can't take a hit? Yeah.
That worked better than expected. I also wish they would have... I don't know. I mean, sometimes the Imperial dialogue is fun, but most of the time, I wish they wouldn't have included it.
EBD, take a look. Yes, let's take a look.
Arsatron, okay. So, I guess these chests are just like the other ones, like they're not that special. Oh. Oh, that's cool. It's like a moving platform like this. There was weird loading going on again. I don't know why the game has so much trouble loading in stuff. Like, it feels they're trying to load way too much at once, rather than... I mean, this is a pretty long elevator ride, right? They could take their time loading that stuff in. But again, might really just be a poor implementation in terms of PS5 conversion. Okay, that just goes back here. Cool, I guess. Still don't really know where the second, like, how you get to this thing? Huh. Also, what was the point of that exactly? Like, you find a chest and that's it? That's the whole reason why that whole section exists? Also, what's up with the sparks? Is that suggesting that these things don't work that well anymore? Or is it doing something else? I don't really know. Oh, that was a cute animation though. BD sort of, I don't know, cleaning his leg off on my poncho. Also, this takes way too long. What the fuck? Okay. Something else we can unlock? What is this? Automatically deflects... Oh, right. That's not really that great. Another powerful attack after an overhead slash. That might not be the worst idea. That also doesn't sound too bad. I don't know, that's probably annoying to get off. No, never mind. I definitely want to do this, because the dash strike's honestly not that bad. Like, it's actually pretty good. Especially if you don't want to be too close to your enemy most of the
After all
time.
the crazy things we've done, you know it. That's the way? All right.
Ah, okay. So now we've finally been able to open this door. Well, at least this is kind of a cool shortcut, I guess. I mean, it is really fun, right? Don't get me wrong. Like, the sliding sections aren't too bad, but also this looks really cool, by the way. I feel like they're sort of misplaced in this game. I don't know. Like, they're okay. Like, they're fun. Their implementation is good. It's just that there's way too many of them, and it makes you feel like you're playing Mario or something, right? I mean, I know that it's difficult to come up with cool action sections, right? Because you also want your player to be engaged with your gameplay and stuff like this, you know, pressing X again, pressing X again, pressing X again. Yeah, it's not really the most engaging stuff of all time, right? But yeah, I don't know. Are you kidding me? Come here, you dumb fuck. Thank you. What the hell was that? That looked kind of weird. I'm not really sure if I was hitting my dodge timing wrong, or if I stood too close to the ledge and it didn't let me properly dodge or something. Wait, what? Does this actually lead anywhere? It doesn't, right? What? What the fuck? Wait, what? The game never told me that that was an option. The game never told me that it worked this way. How are you supposed to know that? Unless you just try it out. What the fuck? Okay, I actually wonder how many people would have gotten stuck here because they just wouldn't have tried jumping. The fuck? I'm pretty sure the game never tells you that you can do like an up jump like that. Or force jump. I don't even know what you would call it. It's basically a force jump, right? The game never tells you that that's an option. Yet it clearly did it here. What the fuck? Like, how? Why? How would you do that all of a sudden? Well, let them handle the enemies first, I suppose. I wonder if we would be able to force push the black guy off the platform.
Some noise there.
Ready yourself. This is a Jedi.
Keep on him.
More! Give me more!
Fuck was that? What the?
Stim BD.
Oh. This would be so much more enjoyable if they hadn't placed the second guy in here. The game just doesn't work that well with multiple enemies, unfortunately. At least not this, right? Okay, what do they want you to do? I don't have any way to handle multiple enemies. I mean, yeah, of course you can do that, but that's boring. Yeah, get up. Of course, now my fucking power's gone. I almost want to do this again. That's weird. Those hits should hit him, right? That was really weird.
I need some help.
So you basically you do an L1, you reflect him, and then you press square. He's not doing anything, right? But you can't hit him because he's very, very slightly out of range. What? That was weird. Fuck, I wanted to like run around them to try and push one of them over the edge, but unfortunately that wasn't gonna happen, apparently.
That's an excellent find. It will need my personal evaluation.
Finding artifacts. A tool dropped in excitement over a mysterious find by a worker during the excavation. It appears they found what they were looking for. A worker? Didn't that sound like that sister thing? Wait, what even is this? That looks like an old helmet or something. But yeah, I don't... So, the problem is when you get, like, two enemies that are using lightsaber-like weapons, I don't know, I feel like it's actually... It's just kind of weird fighting them. Because you don't really have I mean, I guess I could have... You do have tools to deal with multiple enemies. That's not the problem, but... I don't know. It's just kind of... It's difficult to say. It's just... I think it's more about the... It feels like the game needs sort of a fighting style or a mode. I think it's also, again, with sort of locking on... Yeah, you're in this weird sort of in-between, right? And I wish the game would have a proper fighting style for multiple enemies. I don't know. These excavation saws were specifically designed to cut through planetary bedrock, giving the Empire access to secrets thousands of kilometers below the surface. And also, it definitely comes back to what I was saying before. So, basically, the only things that you can really learn in this combat isn't really how enemies work and everything, but it's just sort of... It's hard to explain, but there's definitely like a big difference here between this combat and FromSoft's combat. And in FromSoft, you always feel like you can get better, right? And you can learn it better. Here, it's just sort of, oh, I mistimed something, okay, right? It doesn't feel like you can actually improve on it. It just feels more like, oh, okay, I pressed the button at the right... I don't know. It feels more like you're... I don't even really know why that's a thing, but something about this combat feels like it's more a series of sort of hidden quick-time events rather than actual action game combat, right? Whereas in FromSoft games, I feel way more sort of in control of my character, and it feels like, you know, I'm doing stuff wrong maybe, or I'm mistiming stuff, or I don't know. But here, it feels like I just missed the QuickTime event. I don't know how else to describe it. I feel like that's not really entirely like hitting what I'm trying to say, but it sort of does. Like it does feel like combat is more a series of quick time events, which I realize that's kind of a dumb way to describe it, because technically you could describe all combat like that, right? You do a series of button inputs that relate to what the characters are doing on screen. But yeah, it kind of feels like it's more of this sort of, the game demands a very specific input from you, and if you're not hitting that specific input, you're doing it wrong. And I don't know. It feels like the game needs more sort of stuff that flows into one another, right? I don't know. It really...
There was something in there.
BD1 skin acquired. Okay. So was there a point to all of this, or... Whoa. That feels like that's right below one of their mining things. Yeah, the game especially needs like a dynamic camera, right? It's so annoying that you have to target them. Honestly, I think the game also feels just better if you don't target enemies. But they don't really let you do that because the camera doesn't follow enemies, so you're kind of like it just doesn't work, right? The game prevents you from doing that because then you'd be like, obviously I can't press my square attack button and turn the camera at the same time because I don't have two thumbs on my right hand. Yeah. Guess let's take a look at this first. This feels incredibly dangerous. Oh, hello. Where the hell did you come from? Ah, thought I pressed roll at the correct time. Can you please roll away? Why is he rolling? He rolled. I'm pressing right and roll, but he rolled backwards instead of where I was pressing. Can I scan him now? Wait, what? Why can I not scan it? Oh, now I can. What the fuck was that? Oh no, what? Now I can. Oh, because the other thing was, I think, getting in the way. The fuck, man. Sound of Destruction. The MK270 Imperial pulverizers are crucial for Project Augur, as the icy barriers in Zepho's cave systems require an incredible amount of power to break through. Even the Empire's specialized saws are not sufficient to break through this ice on their own. And then I guess now I have a databank entry on... Hopefully... Wait. These guys? Oh, that's under Tactical Guide. Yeah. Zepho. There they are. Jotas. Strong but slow, strike after dodging any attack. Rapid strikes and/or unconventional attacks will enrage and confuse the creature. The Jotas is a formidable and highly aggressive predator that utilizes brute strength to establish supremacy. A thick hide provides armor-like defensive support, but vulnerabilities may exist along the abdomen region where the skin is thinnest. What this creature lacks in speed is supplemented by forceful blows and an impressive reach of long forearms. Another new shortcut that I'm probably never gonna use.
BD, got something to help me?
Wait, this is all there is? Weird.
An Imperial officer was trying to hide a relic down here. There was a cave-in. She became trapped and never escaped.
Officer Crane. Why would they try to hide a relic? Remains of an Imperial officer who attempted to hide a relic in the cave. During a collapse, she was trapped and died. Why would they hide a relic? What's the point of that? This looks like it might just be cracking, right? Oh, hello. That's another stim pack. So, can I just use my cool force jump to get over there? No, of course not. I can only do that when there's specially designed walls on the caves. Oh, okay, sure. I guess there's another way to get over there, and this is the way to get back? Or what? Well, probably, right? Ooh, hello. Huh. So we're definitely close to a several temple structure thing. I guess that's another way to get back here? So I suppose we have to go this way first? Man, that's so weird that they spark. That they have those sparks flying out. That... That was a weird way of opening that door.
What is this? Continue excavating. I want rare artifacts, not useless trinkets.
Broken pot smashed by the officer in charge of Project Augur. She was angry that they weren't finding what you wanted. That seems strange, though. So if that officer died, then... Okay, I think this is... Wait. Doesn't this just lead back to the temple we already explored? Oh yeah, it does. So I guess I could have broken this door earlier, but it wouldn't have actually led to anything because I wouldn't have been able to use the elevator thing. Weird. I mean, I can take a look at this door now. Yeah, so that officer was apparently trying to find rare artifacts, I guess, because maybe she wanted, like, to sell them or something? I mean, it definitely feels like she was doing that for her own gains, right?
How is he doing that?
Yeah, thanks. Zepho rituals. The remains of ancient wares crafted by the Zepho, perhaps used for rituals. So I could just meditate here and where'd he go? What the fuck, man? Why would you place a meditation spot here as well? Okay, so that's where it came from, right? That was incredibly awkward. Wait, so the entire point of destroying that one door that it just went to is to get the echo, I guess? Cool. Man. Oh, this just leads back here? Why? Oh god, that was weird. Wait, what? Huh? What was the point of that? Just a cool writing section for no reason whatsoever, I guess? Okay. Cool. I'm actually kind of confused at where I'm meant to go. Wait. Oh. Wait, I meant to go over here? Okay. Wait, that's where... Oh. Oh, right. I completely forgot about the whole reason I went in here. This is just an entirely optional area, isn't it? Right, I actually need to go back to that swamp section thing instead of doing anything here. So this just loops back to the other area. That's weird, though. I mean, there exists a way here that allows you to get another stim pack, but I don't actually think I can do that quite yet. So you have to jump over there again to get back to the cave entrance, I suppose? Okay. Yeah, I don't really... So, again, this entire section is just sort of completely optional for no real reason whatsoever. Cool, I guess? Leave me the fuck alone. Oh, great. Great. That's awesome. And then they just spawn you in like this. That's just... Sure, turn my camera around the wrong way as well. Oh, I completely missed... that's what you're meant to do here.
That's it. It's all over now. Please don't hurt me.
I did the exact same L1 timing in both instances. One of it didn't work.
Nice throw, BD.
Oh, yeah. I don't... let me actually answer a question for work here. Okay. Let's see. Where the hell am I? Also, the map's kind of... like, it doesn't really have a good way to... yeah. The problem is that it sort of leaves you with this feeling of, okay, what was the point, right? It leaves you with this feeling of, okay, this whole section was pretty much pointless. Like, it looked cool. I guess on the surface it looked like it would be interesting to explore, but at the end of the day, it just isn't. And it also doesn't have any kind of sort of things for you to uncover. Like, there's nothing new to find. There's nothing that really, you know, gives you any sort of reward for exploring that. Like, there's literally nothing. This whole cave was entirely... you're just exploring it to look at it, and that's it. Okay, so this seems like a way to get into the wreckage, but that does as well. I guess this might be another optional section. Oh, okay. Yeah. Once you know how they work, they're actually really easy to take down. I mean, if you get into the flow of combat like that, it does feel somewhat great, right? I mean, there's definitely... the combat has something. Like, it's not bad. But the problem is, I feel like it doesn't really know how to handle when situations don't go as you want them to, right? So... obviously, like, you as the player want to get better at the game, right? And, you know, just like FromSoft's games, for example, there is something to be said about the flow of combat once you're actually really, really good at it, right? And obviously that should be your goal, and I mean, if it works really, really well when you're also really good at it, that can be really cool combat, right? I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong about that. But the problem is, with these types of games, the whole purpose of the combat is, right, to learn it, get better at it, and that learning process should be just as much fun as the final result, basically, right? Now, obviously, it'll be more frustrating when you get hit and stuff like that, right? As long as you're still learning, you know, it's always going to feel a bit more, well, difficult and challenging. But that's the thing, right? It should be challenging in a fun way. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the end result should also be really fun. But the problem is here, I feel like that the process of learning isn't that much fun. Like, the combat feels great once you work it out, and once you, like I just did, defeat enemies with ease. But if there's something going wrong during combat, it feels pretty awful, to be honest. Right? It feels like the game is sort of, I don't know, pushing against you in a weird way. I don't really know how to properly put it into words, but there's definitely something weird to this whole, to the way they set it up, right? Like, failure, because the thing is, right, if you do something wrong, it's already being punished by you losing health, right? And that process of losing health should obviously be balanced around that, right? It should be balanced in a way where it's, adequately punishing you for making mistakes. And if you make too many mistakes, then your health is gone and you need to start over, right? Okay, fair enough. What you don't need is to then add on taking control away from the player, which is something that Elden Ring does sometimes, thankfully not as often. And that is sort of doing these awkward animations where your character is sort of stuck and you can't control it anymore, right? The control over your character is basically taken away from you for a split second because you made a mistake. And that just feels bad. And I don't know why this game sort of took that from FromSoft as well. Other games don't do that, right? I mean, games, like, it's fine if the game punishes you, right? That's the whole point, but don't punish me through taking away control from my character, right? I don't know, there's just something that feels bad about all of this, right? Again, the whole process of learning should be just as much fun as when you actually master the game, right? And the problem is that it's sort of not doing that. Wait, can I jump down there? What's the point of jumping down there? Wait, I can just go back out? Feels like there's something down there. Well, there's definitely a cave down there. Oh.
General Giara, our forces have inflicted heavy damage to the Separatist dreadnought. Unfortunately, the same is true for our vessel. Despite the damage, I recommend we see this through. Together. You know, I'm not one to back down from a fight.
Wait, that was a clone, right? Standing together. General okay. Why is it also red? It's like a weird setup for all of this. What? Okay. So I guess I have to take the other way out then? That's definitely also, so you find this optional sort of piece of dialogue, but then they force you through the same level you were just in again. There's just a lot of unnecessary repetition to this. Oh, hello. So he's killing all the smaller rats. That was kind of dumb. So he just does a completely different animation all of a sudden that you don't have any chance to get out of? Weird. Because I dodged and then I attacked, right? How was I supposed to know that he does a second hit after that? Like, there is no way for me to know that, I feel like. Oh well. Okay, I need to go back there and then I can go back out through that entrance, or exit rather. I feel like that's another optional area though, right? I'll deal with that guy. It seemed like there was a chest there, maybe? Then I can come back out. And this is how I actually enter the wreckage where I'm trying to go. Yeah. Okay, I'm kind of thinking here. I know this is usually around the time when I take a lunch break and I, stream longer through the afternoon, but honestly, this game is sort of really pushing it today. I don't know how else to put it. It's actively trying to not be fun, which is kind of a bummer, not gonna lie. So I think I'm gonna call it here for the stream currently. I'll see about what I'll do. Maybe there's going to be something else that I could stream today. Or maybe I'm going to take the time to actually do some IRL stuff that I still need to figure out. Yeah, but I think I'm going to keep it at this for now. Just because I don't know. As I said, right, you're also supposed to have fun. Like, usually I don't like to end on something like that, but I also don't want to go back there. Like, it's just the whole process of getting back to that room. I mean, it'll only take like 2 minutes, but still, I just can't be bothered right now. Maybe I need to take this game in like smaller chunks or something. I was actually kind of looking forward to playing this, but so far, like, I really think that opening sequence was by far the best section that the game had. And the problem is that it's kind of fallen off a cliff after that. Like, it's just not that interesting is the problem, right? As I said, I went through that whole cave section and there was really nothing that I got for it, like, at all. And I don't even mean in terms of loot. I don't need loot the entire time, but there could have been like a really, really interesting story bit in there. Like, actually a story bit, right? Not some 3-second echo. But there wasn't. It was literally basically an empty cave with a bunch of combat in it. So yeah, I'm really, really struggling to like this game currently. I think it has a lot of really cool ideas, and it does, as I said, it does draw inspiration from a couple of sources, and it does so, you'd think that it would work better than it actually does. It's very weird, and and then there are all these kind of immersion-breaking little details that are not quite implemented right. And yeah, it all sort of makes it a struggle to get through, to be honest. Not because it's a challenge, but rather because it's just not as enjoyable as it should be. So yeah, I think I'm going to call it here for today, and well, I'm definitely, obviously, going to continue playing the game. I do want to know how it ends. I'm definitely interested in the story still, but yeah, I hope there's going to be more actual interesting stuff going on, and not just a bunch of almost random combat sections that don't really mean much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. was actually excited that this game is getting a sequel, but I don't really trust that they're going to do that right. Because it's probably just going to be more of the same. I don't know. We'll see about it. I'm definitely going to continue playing the game. It's going to come back on Wednesday. Maybe there's going to be like an additional stream today with something else. We'll see about that. Tomorrow is definitely going to be 13 Sentinels the entire day again. Because I'm really excited to see where that goes. And then I guess in terms of this Star Wars game... yeah. Maybe it'll get better later on. Like, maybe it just needs some time to sort of wind up again. And maybe the latter half of the game is going to be really good. Maybe it's going to get more linear. I truly think that this game would be... Like, they should have stuck to it being more of an sort of Uncharted clone, rather than trying to push some FromSoft elements into it. Yeah. Anyway, though, that's going to be it for the stream. As I said, tomorrow is going to be more 13 Sentinels, maybe an additional stream today, this evening. We'll see about that. And then Jedi Fallen Order is going to come back on Wednesday, hopefully with a better outlook on the game as a whole. See you then. I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye.